Storms like these that cause major flooding in the U.S. and almost nobody here with flood insurance. How FEMA's trying to change that. Plus, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones taking the stand. And just within the last hour or so, boy, did things get real fiery. One lawyer telling Jones directly that his lies about the Sandy Hook school shooting put a target on people's backs. What else Jones said in court just now that has the judge pretty ticked. And those Tylenol murders from 40 years ago, remember Tylenol laced with cyanide? You might have heard about it. Investigators may now be closing in on a suspect. What's behind the comeback for this hugely consequential case? And folks apparently using a diabetes drug to try and lose weight. And now there's a shortage. Why TikTok might have something to do with it a little bit later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie. And even though it feels kind of weird to say that an entire ocean is on fire, that's sort of what's happening in the Atlantic when it comes to hurricanes. With Fiona now a Category 4, Gaston, a tropical storm right on its heels, and another storm forming that could smack the Gulf Coast soon. And forgive the mixed metaphors, but clearly, when it rains, it pours. And that's exactly what they're getting ready for in Bermuda. Tons of water, tons of rain, maybe some dangerous flash flooding. With Fiona expected to slam the island from the west side tonight, and conditions getting worse for the 64,000 people who live there. In Puerto Rico, close to 1 million people do not have power even now, even 5 days after Fiona hit there. President Biden today issuing a disaster declaration to get more money and more help to where it's needed. And we're talking about a storm that's only gotten stronger since it hit Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic as a Category 1, remember. It picked up steam as a Category 3, hitting Turks and Caicos. And now, before it's done, it could go down as the strongest storm to ever hit Canada later this week. Keep in mind, Fiona is the first major hurricane of what's been a slow season so far, but it's probably not the last, with these other storms coming up right behind it. Warnings now being issued for Tropical Storm Gaston, and we're also keeping an eye on that tropical disturbance. Bill Cairns is going to join us in a moment with the very latest update from the National Hurricane Center. He's getting the readout now, but I want to get to Morgan Chesky. What is the latest where you are?
Yeah, Hallie, good afternoon. And we're here in St. George's, Bermuda, and I can tell you that the calm before the storm is officially over. There was broken sunshine this morning. That has disappeared. The wind's starting to pick up, and we anticipate feeling the rain from those outer bands of Fiona here within the next few hours. We have been told by the Minister of National Security that he's encouraging everyone to be off the roads by 10 p.m. The worst of this storm expected to happen overnight, peaking at around 5 a.m. Important to note, Hallie, as you mentioned, we're not expecting a direct hit by Fiona, but it's such a massive hurricane. Even if it drops a little bit in strength to a Category 3 from the Category 4 where it is right now, it could still produce flooding in low-lying areas, and the wind could prove to be a real issue here on the island and cause potential power outages, similar to what we've seen in Turks and Caicos and Puerto Rico. Right now, as we stand in front of St. George's Bay, the wind is starting to pick up. Businesses are closed, windows boarded up, everyone crossing their fingers and hoping that it stays on its current course, because even if it shifts a little bit to the east, it could pose a significant problem for this small island nation about 600 miles to the east of the Carolinas. Hallie?
And I wonder, Morgan, Bermuda doesn't often get hit directly by hurricanes. They still feel it, right? They still feel the impact. So is there a sense that this is kind of, more of the same, from folks you're talking to, or do people feel a little bit more on edge?
Yeah, good point there. Government officials say one of their biggest concerns is complacency because this isn't looking like a direct hit. They're reminding everyone that Fiona is an incredibly powerful hurricane, and they don't have to look too far back to remind everyone how dangerous these storms can be. In 2014, Hurricanes Faye and then Gonzalo struck this island within 1 week of each other, a true double whammy. A lot of residents here tell me they still remember that all too well. Meanwhile, back in 2003, Hurricane Fabian was the one that really changed how people viewed hurricanes on this island. They may not get as frequently as, say, a state on the Gulf Coast or in the Caribbean, but people know how powerful these storms can be, and that is why they're encouraging everyone to shelter in place. We have been told if there is a silver lining whatsoever to this storm approaching Bermuda, it is that the building code here has been updated over the years. Any building here that goes up now has to withstand 110 miles an hour, and as it stands right now, the winds they anticipate from Fiona not expected to break 100 miles an hour, at least for now. Hallie?
You can see it, though, the wind, even behind you, Morgan, the wind really picking up some speed there. Thank you, Morgan Chesky. I know I'll be checking back in with you in the days and in the hours to come. Appreciate it. Bill Cairns is just fresh off that National Hurricane Center update. Give it to us, Bill. What's the scoop?
Fiona's locked in. We haven't had any changes in the forecast in about 2 days. The disturbance, the other areas of the Atlantic are a lot more questionable. So let's start with the latest. Still a Category 4. It's only 300 miles away from Bermuda, but it will pass roughly about 100 to 150 miles to the west. That'll bring tropical storm force winds to the area, minor power outages, a lot of rain, but it's not going to be a huge destruction. Don't expect to see pictures of a lot of destruction tomorrow. So that's the closest approach late tonight into early tomorrow, and it should begin to weaken as it goes over cooler water down to a Category 3. As far as the East Coast goes, already we have rip currents reported. There's huge swells that are arriving. Great for the surfers, bad for the swimmers. So just be prepared. Any of the beaches on the East Coast, you will notice an uptick in the waves and the frequency and the size of them over the next couple of days. And then our poor friends in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. So Nova Scotia has a population of about 1 million people. Half of them live in Halifax, which is on the west side of the storm, quote unquote the weaker side, but they still could see winds to 80 to 90 miles per hour. About 500,000 people live in Newfoundland, and about 100,000 of them, the biggest city is St. John. So the area that it's actually making landfall is pretty remote. There's a lot of forests that are going to get crushed and just trampled with one of the strongest storms ever in Canada, but that'll be it. I was talking to some of our people in that area that haven't experienced stuff like this, Hallie, and they're asking what they can do. And all these great recommendations from our friends in Florida and Louisiana, they're telling people, fill every water container you have. Download Netflix stuff now, because when you don't have power, you're going to have nothing to watch on your devices. Power up all your devices. Fill your bathtub with water. Yeah. So that's the kind of things they're doing now.
What is so interesting, Bill, and we sort of alluded to it at the top of the show, some experts who say the Atlantic is kind of on fire in a way. There is so much activity happening right now. I know you're tracking not just Fiona, but a couple of other serious things that look to be on the radar quite literally.
Yeah, we are all eyes as we go throughout the weekend will be on what happens in the Caribbean. So this is the next area of concern. What you're looking at here is all of our different weather computers, and they all give us an output of where they think the storm will be in about 5 to 7 days from now. The two most reliable long-range computers we have, the European model, takes it towards South Florida as early as Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. But if it goes out more into the Gulf, like our American GFS model, it could be somewhere towards the northern Gulf. So where it's too far away, the storm hasn't even formed yet to put the initial data into our computer. So the accuracy is not really there yet. This is about a 700-mile error gap between Cancun and the Keys. So, Hallie, we have to wait and see what happens with this over the weekend. We definitely have a significant and possibly serious threat next week, but it's too early to say for who.
Bill Cairns, you'll be back. I know. Thank you. We're getting a new timeline now from the so-called special master, that third party overseeing the classified documents taken from Mar-a-Lago and figuring out what gets sorted where. Just within the last maybe hour or so, he's telling both sides late today he's given them 4 weeks to hand over detailed lists of what was taken from the former president's property and work out any disagreements. It comes as Republican senators on Capitol Hill are kind of breaking ranks with Mr. Trump. They really don't seem super willing to play along with his suggestion that presidents can declassify material simply by thinking about it.
I think there's a process for declassifying documents, and I think it ought to be adhered to and followed.
All of this coming after what is probably the biggest headline in this whole thing in the last 24 hours, which is a court victory, a big win for the Justice Department, with an appeals court giving them the green light to get access again to a bunch of those classified documents as they pick back up their investigation into what Mr. Trump took from the White House to Mar-a-Lago and what he did with it. I want to bring in now Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, it was kind of a smackdown, that ruling against the original judge in this case. They're saying, yes, the DOJ does not have to pause its investigation, and there were 2 Trump-appointed judges on that panel.
Yes, 3 judges working together from the 11th Circuit, and their views were very strong going against the claims made by plaintiff Trump in this case. And what it does is it gives the Department of Justice that immediate access back to the more than 100 classified documents that were a part of the search that was executed in early August, so they can again use those for their criminal investigation and to continue the work in terms of the national security assessment. Also today, the special master in that outline that you referenced there, putting some pressure on the Trump legal team to say by a certain date, September 30th, if I remember correctly, that they must provide his court with any dispute about any items that they think were not on the list that was provided by the government of things taken from the residents or things that were not listed that they believe were taken. So basically, did the FBI give a proper accounting of what was removed, or are there other things that the former president is alleging were taken? So what that effectively does, and it's written in very polite, sort of standard language, but when you really contemplate what it's saying is Judge Deary in New York is saying to the Trump legal team, if you don't believe the FBI gave accurate information, then you've got to say it in a legal filing. And that puts pressure on the lawyers who, as officers of the court, must knowingly convey truthful information. So that is critical in putting some pressure on the lawyers who have been so far trying to give some distance between themselves and things like, did the former president actually declassify materials? Now we know it was a thought process and not necessarily a formal process. It's been murky, but in his interview with Sean Hannity, he talked about it's something you could think about instead of a much more formal process.
Let me play it so people can hear it. Roll it.
If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it.
That, as some Republicans are pointing out, that's not actually the case. There is a process, but politically, Kelly, this is the case that the former president is making in a court of public opinion, and it seems like the thing that he wants his base to buy into.
And, Hallie, I went back and looked at old statements that Donald Trump, as a candidate in 2016 and early as a president, when he talked about declassifying, and I could find no instance where he talked about it as a thought process. And, in fact, when he was talking as a candidate about, especially in reference to Hillary Clinton and her issues, he was very black and white about how the rules must be followed. And so the ball has moved when it comes to classification and the powers therein for Donald Trump in this position now, and he wants a much broader definition of what his powers have been. And he has been very reluctant to lay it down and say what he did do. And we know that of the 11,000 pages there were 100 taken in August and a few hundred others that the government has retrieved from Mar-a-Lago that were all with different levels of classification. Were they declassified in any known way? That remains a question even now. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us from outside the White House. Kelly, thank you. To some news on the January 6 investigations, plural now. One defendant who stormed the Capitol and claimed he didn't know Congress worked there was sentenced today to 4 years in federal prison, with the judge accusing this guy of basically straight up lying, not him, the other defendant, of saying he didn't know that Congress worked in the Capitol building. That defendant himself acknowledging it was idiotic to think that. This is Stephen Ayers, another defendant. You may remember his face because it was everywhere at one of the January 6 hearings. He testified in front of that select committee about what he had gone through. He feels, he says, chagrined. He's sentenced to 2 years probation and community service. All of it just days before the second season, if you will, of the committee's hearings, which start back up again on Wednesday. And we're learning the committee has finally now come to an agreement with Ginny Thomas for an interview sometime soon, TBD on exactly when. She, of course, is a conservative activist and the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. The committee wants to get into those emails and text messages showing she had some kind of tangential involvement in those fake elector schemes, those conversations about overturning the legitimate results of the 2020 election. Allie, so a couple of things. Ginny Thomas, let's start there, because this is interesting. You and I both talked with members of the Select Committee who have said they would be intrigued to hear what she has to say. Well, now they're going to get their chance.
Finally, I think some of them would say, because this is something that's been months in the making. I mean, I remember in the early days of these hearings asking Benny Thompson after each and every one, we would see more text messages between Ginny Thomas and Mark Meadows, or emails between Ginny Thomas and John Eastman, emails that she sent to certain states where there were false elector schemes at play. They want to know more about all of those things, and they already have a lot of information on them. It's why Benny Thompson, just in the last few minutes before I came on here, was telling our team on the Hill, they're not rushing to do this before the next hearing next week.
Okay, so that's important. That's a super interesting piece of information, because it is, what is today?
Tuesday, Wednesday?
Thursday?
Sure.
Whatever today is, right? Whatever, the hearing's in a week. Time is a flat circle. So we're not going to see like tape deposition probably in the next hearing from Ginny Thomas. It sounds like that's the signal that Benny Thompson's giving.
It doesn't sound like
that's super interesting.
Which is interesting, but at the same time, they don't need it. They have so many things that they say we haven't seen yet from key people like Cassidy Hutchinson and others who gave compelling testimony that they want to put more meat on the bone with. And I think the thing I'm watching is they haven't explicitly set the theme for this publicly. Thompson says they're doling out parts. Each member is going to have a role to play. Right? It is sort of that TV analogy. We're going into season 2.
But it's a short season. It's just one episode, right? I mean, as far as we know, this is it.
It's like it went from network TV to like Netflix. We're going to do the season. But it's not the end, right? It's sort of like the beginning of the end, where this will be a hearing that looks like the other hearings. But we also expect that when they do an interim report and then definitely for the final report, our understanding, at least right now, is that that could still come with a hearing attached to it.
But there is a deadline. Like, there's a ticking clock here because with the what are we, 47 days out from the midterms now? And if Republicans take by the House of Representatives, I think everyone understands that this committee is basically DOA.
They are, but I think we're operating on the timeline of, okay, November is your ticking clock deadline. That's actually not the deadline that Benny Thompson has given me. December 31st.
Right. Exactly. Well, that's when
operating
right.
on.
Congress still exists past the midterm, so they've got till the end of the year.
Yeah.
Ali, I'm getting a little bit of breaking news in from our producer. It is Thursday, I'm told.
Yeah.
That today is Thursday.
Thank you so much for that.
To clear that up. Thank you. Good to see you. Appreciate it. A U.S. official telling NBC News today that what we saw from Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov at the UN Security Council meeting was another sign of weakness. They're talking about how Lavrov only showed up for the meeting to say his piece, to give his speech, and then he left. In his remarks, he accused the U.S. of covering up Ukraine's crimes and called Ukraine a totalitarian Nazi-like state. Then he basically peaced out. Right after, Secretary of State Antony Blinken also spoke, or right before, rather, saying Ukraine literally, quite literally, is fighting for its future. Watch.
One man can end it. Because if Russia stops fighting, the war ends. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends.
It's coming as we're seeing some kind of extraordinary scenes out of Russia. People coming out by the thousands, Russians, to protest after Russian President Vladimir Putin called up more reservists to fight. More than 1,300 demonstrators have now been arrested. And look at what's happening at some of the borders of Russia. Tons of people lining up. They are desperate to get out. They are trying to get somewhere else. Aaron McLaughlin joins us now. And Aaron, everything that we're seeing overseas with Russia and Ukraine is against the backdrop now of what has gone down in New York at that General Assembly. Lavrov came in, said what he had to say, and then left, with Russia making clear this is not about dialogue at this point.
Yeah, that's right. In the view of Ukrainian officials I've been speaking to, Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to create the perception that he's burning all bridges behind him, creating no other option but to press on with this brutal war. And he signaled that earlier this week in his announcement of his intention, essentially, to annex occupied territories here in Ukraine. If and when he does that, essentially, he's making it a constitutional obligation of the Kremlin to press forward with a full-scale war in defense of those territories as part of Russia. And Ukrainian officials I've been talking to say this is all part of the Kremlin posturing, trying to make it look as dangerous an option as possible for the West to continue its support for Ukraine, knowing full well that without Western support, Ukrainian forces would be in big trouble. Hallie.
It's also interesting, you know, as we talk about protests in Russia, we're seeing people trying to escape the country, some of them presumably hoping to avoid having to stay and get caught up in the fight. You're in Ukraine. This is an escalation by Russia now. How do they see it?
Well, I spent today with Ukrainian soldiers who were essentially patrolling this area of Ukraine not far from where I'm at now, Kharkiv. They took me inside of a Ukrainian church that had been converted by Russian forces into a field hospital and staging area, showing me this ransacked church, which essentially illustrated just how quickly Russian soldiers had to leave this area, leaving behind a whole treasure trove of equipment. I asked them about the additional 300,000 reservists reservists that President Putin plans to call up and is now mobilizing. And they told me that this makes no difference to them, that they are going to continue on, and that those reservists, in their minds, will die. Take a listen.
A lot of people, without good preparing, without good equipment, it's just fresh meat for us.
And we're hearing from Ukrainian officials, including President Zelensky, appealing directly to those Russian reservists that are reluctant to participate in this war, that are now being called up, saying that if they come here to Ukraine, urging them to surrender, that Ukrainians will welcome their surrender. Hallie.
Aaron McLaughlin live for us in Ukraine. Aaron, thank you so much. Back here at home, things getting super intense today inside a Connecticut courtroom, with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones getting defensive on the stand, saying he is done apologizing over spreading lies about the Sandy Hook massacre being a hoax. It obviously was not. Listen to what went down.
Is this a struggle session? Are we in China? I've already said I'm sorry hundreds of times, and I'm done saying I'm sorry. But I legitimately thought it might have been staged, and I stand by that, and I don't apologize for it.
And don't apologize, Mr. Jones. Please don't apologize.
No, I've already apologized to the parents over and over again.
We know you
I don't apologize to you.
Objection.
Whew. This is the first time Jones has been inside that courtroom since trial started, but he's been outside the courthouse all week. It's the first time he's been on the stand, rather. But outside, he's told reporters for days the trial is, in his words, a travesty of justice. Keep in mind, what is at stake here? The jury is only trying to figure out how much money Jones and the InfoWars parent company have to pay victims' families for the fact that Jones spread lies about Sandy Hook. Remember, he was already found liable for the lies. That's not in question. What's in question now is the money factor. And this is separate from a trial you might remember in August in Texas, where Jones was ordered to pay almost $50 million to the parents of a Sandy Hook victim. Ron Allen joins us now. And Ron, what was interesting about today is, for most of the day, and Jones was on trial on the stand for most of the day, tense, but sort of not polite, but like normal, right? The judge had given this warning, like she didn't want to hear anything. This wasn't a radio show. She wanted everybody to kind of keep it on the level. But then things erupted just in the last hour. We played a little bit of it. It sounds like it was sparked by a video that was played in the courtroom. Tell us more.
Exactly. At the end of the day, one of the attorneys for the family played a video of one of the parents, Robbie Parker, who lost his daughter Emily in the massacre. The video was of Parker's comments right after this happened, after he'd lost his daughter. And remember, Alex Jones has called the parents actors. The families have said that they've endured years of harassment, not just online, but in person, death threats. And that's what the essence of the trial is about, this defamation charge. But when the attorney played the video and confronted Jones about it, here's what happened in court. Take a listen.
You put a target on his back just like you did every single parent and loved one sitting here, didn't you?
No, I didn't. It's just, you're unbelievable. You switch on emotions on and off when you want. It's just ambulance chasing.
So things went on from there with more back and forth, and that's what we're going to expect as the trial continues. Jones is going to be back on the stand tomorrow. It started off with him being forced to acknowledge that he had called the judge a tyrant and had a picture of the judge on InfoWars with red lasers coming out of her eyes. And he was also forced to acknowledge in questioning that he had called the whole thing a kangaroo court, because even though he has not been inside the courtroom, there's been a running commentary outside the courtroom and on InfoWars during the week or so that this has been underway. And of course, this is the second trial. During the first trial, there was a lot of emotion, a lot of outbursts. And today, again, the judge told the attorneys that she's ready to have a contempt hearing if this continues and gets out of hand. So, and this is not a surprise, and we'll see what happens. Jones has been, he's just been really combative. And the judge has said several times, this is not a show, this is a courtroom, and demanding decorum.
I think at one point it was reported that she said something like, do you need me to his lawyer, do you need me to physically restrain your client, like to stop him from talking, because things were getting so combative and so heated. But what is so important, Ron, to center here, and I know that it's important to you, is the families here, because this is so emotional. These are families of victims of that horrific Sandy Hook massacre, who have been traumatized again by people who have taken up this conspiracy theory from Jones that, oh, it's fake, oh, it's not real, et cetera. None of that is true. And the trial has focused on data showing InfoWars sales spiked when Jones talked about Sandy Hook. And the accusation is he lied about this for profit.
Exactly, and a lot of the trial has been about analytics, and that's why a judgment has been entered against Jones, why he's already been found guilty of defamation, if you will, because he refused to provide information to the court about these analytics and about the company's profits. And yes, essentially the charge, the allegation is that he made money, that there's evidence that shows that viewership and traffic to his sites spiked when he was talking about this hoax, and that's why he did it.
Ron Allen, thank you so much for being on top of this. I am sure we'll talk again tomorrow with Jones, as you say, back on the stand. Coming up, a big update on the mastermind of this massive Navy scandal. Fat Leonard, that's what they call him, now caught after weeks on the run. It's a wild story. We'll tell you how officials found him. Plus, why the CIA is releasing a new podcast. That's right, the nation's most secretive agency out with a little podcast. We're going to talk about it in just a sec.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
All right, so take a look at the guy on your screen right now. Do you recognize him? He's this military contractor known as Fat Leonard. And when we left his story last, Fat Leonard had orchestrated a huge military corruption scandal and then vanished into thin air. I said it. He'd been under house arrest in San Diego since 2018, but then a couple weeks ago, he takes off his GPS tracker. He goes on the run. But now, in the latest chapter of this real-life Catch Me If You Can, he has, in fact, been caught. Authorities got him at an airport in Venezuela. They say he was coming from Mexico and trying to get to Russia. Fat Leonard had pleaded guilty in 2015 for offering prostitutes, fancy hotels, other bribes to Navy officials to try to help his ship company. This was a huge deal when it happened. Sam Brock is joining us now. And Sam, this was not, it didn't seem, according to officials, like some spur-of-the-moment thing where Fat Leonard rips it off and just like spontaneously goes on the run. They think he's been planning for this for a while. They've been looking for him for weeks. How'd they get him?
Yeah, you can't just, as you say, Hallie, vanish into thin air when you have been part of the worst corruption scandal in the history of the U.S. Navy. So the how of this is probably the most interesting but fascinating and mystifying part. How did he get away with it? Let's talk about what we know right now, which is to say that he cut off the GPS bracelet, like you said. That triggered pretrial services that got an alert that there's something wrong with this bracelet. They contact Fat Leonard's attorneys who go down there, check the house, because he had a history of health problems, which is why he was under house arrest in the first place. cannot find him. They contact San Diego police. San Diego police goes down there, can't find Leonard. All they find is the bracelet. However, neighbors describe, Hallie, U-Hauls being parked outside of his house for days prior to this escape. So is it possible that U.S. Marshals went back and was able to locate maybe the license plates on those U-Hauls and track that to Mexico? We don't know exactly, but it's certainly a potential avenue. They say he goes through Mexico, then to Cuba, and then from Cuba to Venezuela. Now, the scariest part about all this, he was apprehended in Venezuela. We know that he overcharged the federal government $35 million, all the briberies, but also there was classified information involved, and he was on his way, Hallie, to Russia. What is this man's relationship with Russia, possessing classified information? That's really another layer to all of this that isn't getting talked about as much.
It's such an important point, Sam. Why is he trying to get to Russia for, right? The point is now he is caught. He is in custody. He's going to stay in Venezuelan custody. But at some point, you'd think he has to be extradited back to the U.S. When?
That is the big question, because we're talking about dealing with Venezuela now. And of course, the United States doesn't recognize Maduro's government there. It is a deteriorating situation, one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. And so are we expecting Venezuela now to just extradite someone that the United States wants to not just prosecute, but ultimately put in jail? That really is, what's the chip involved? What does Venezuela get out of all of this? We know that the Interpol director says that they're starting the judicial process of extradition now, but are they going to deliver on that? Are they going to deliver without seeing some sort of sanctions relieved? Are there other diplomatic interests that Venezuela wants to do it? That is an open-ended question.
And who knows how long that's going to take. Sam Brock, it is a fascinating sort of mystery here. Thanks for being on top of it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, another earthquake is slamming southwest Mexico. Officials there in Mexico City say at least one person has died after she fell at her house. The earthquake apparently damaged some buildings, set off landslides. Remember, there was a big one that hit Monday that killed at least 2 people in Mexico. Number 2, people who had COVID are at higher risk for brain injuries within the first year after being infected. This is according to a study, a new one, published in Nature Medicine today. Researchers found that brain disorders, other neurological problems were seen 7% more often in people who had COVID compared to people who were never infected. They said that's something like 6.5 million people who had brain problems linked to their COVID infections. Number 3, Tesla recalling more than 1 million cars in the U.S. because the windows can pinch your fingies when it's being automatically rolled up. The company says they don't know of anybody with pinched fingers, any injuries or claims, but you know, they just want to get it right. It's part of an online software update. Tesla says it's already started pushing that update to cars. Number 4, an Indiana judge today blocking the state's new abortion ban from being enforced. Abortion clinics are arguing that this new law is unconstitutional under that state's constitution. So the judge's ruling means that at least for now, there is more access to abortion, basically. There are more abortion rights, at least while this court case moves forward. Number 2, that 4-day work week experiment we've told you about before in the UK just hit its halfway point. So how's it going? The group running it says of the 41 companies that responded to its survey, 95% of them say productivity has either improved significantly, improved slightly, or stayed about the same, meaning same or better. I'd call that a win. As a 4-day work weeker experimenter this summer, it was a win for us. Some surprise news today from the CIA, America's top spy agency, now stepping out of the shadows and into the audio realm, doing what every other influencer is doing and starting its own podcast. It's called The Langley Files. It's a play on where the CIA is located, Langley, Virginia. The first episode dropping today. And of course, the first interview is with the agency director, Bill Burns. Director Burns says he wants to demystify spy work and let the public know a little bit about how the agency operates. Dan DeLuce joins me now. And Dan, there is a catch because it's how the agency operates, but without giving away some secrets. What's so interesting here is spy work has such a mystique around it, right? There's the movies, there's all this. And now it's like the CIA kind of pulling back the curtain with this podcast here.
Yes, and, you know, I suppose there's a risk here that they destroy the mystique, perhaps, and jeopardize the mystery that, in a way, they've always relied on. But this is a different era, and the agency really is keen to recruit a more diverse workforce. And the new director, Bill Burns, is more inclined to openness, and so they think this podcast is a way of reaching a wider audience. Perhaps that'll help their recruitment, and also sort of explain to the American people a bit more about what they do. But I think there are going to be some CIA veterans who are going to be unhappy with this and a little uncomfortable with the idea. It's hard to imagine during the Cold War one of the former CIA directors sitting down for a podcast and talking about this. By the way, Burns joked a bit in the podcast and said that his life is a long way from the Hollywood depiction about spies racing around in race cars. He says his wife and his daughters make fun of him for driving around in a Subaru at the posted speed limit, and the only gadget he can work is a Roku remote.
Nothing wrong with Subarus at the speed limit. You have to think this is going to be vetted, Dan, right? It's not like people are going on and talking about spy stuff, however they want to. There's clearly processes and procedures in place so that the public only knows as much as the CIA wants us to know.
Yes, there are no major revelations coming here. This will be sanitized and maybe not so sexy as a James Bond film.
Dan DeLuz, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Still to come, a lot of Americans do not have flood insurance, even if it turns out they need it, which could lead to a kind of double disaster: water destroying your home and no money to pay for it. We'll tell you how FEMA is now trying to change that when we come back.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on topic we've been keeping an eye on. And listen, we've talked about severe weather right at the top of this show with Hurricane Fiona, Tropical Storm Gaston. And of course, these are storms that end with some really bad flooding. Whether or not you live in a high-risk flood area, you can get flood insurance. Problem is, not a lot of people realize they should think about it. And even if they do, they might not be able to afford it. It's expensive. So now FEMA is rolling out a new insurance pricing plan that could encourage more people to get covered before the next storm hits. Question is that going to be enough? Jesse Kirsch reports.
As July's ferocious waters barreled through eastern Kentucky, Willie Bush says the floods gutted his home. It had to be torn down.
Where we're standing, this used to be your home.
It used to be my house.
Completely gone now.
Gone.
Miles away, James and Karen Deedon say they escaped to their barn's loft as water engulfed their house.
If the barn had washed away, I don't know how to say it. Couldn't have. But I would have. Because you got to be determined.
Now they all tell us they're starting over with less financial help than they'd want.
Even though he lived this close to water for years, Willie Bush says he never even thought about getting flood insurance. Then he finally did, but still didn't buy any because it cost too much.
My daughter lived in this, and she made $13 an hour. Now, she couldn't start to afford $500 a month for flood insurance. So Well, that meant I had to pay $500 for her and $500 myself.
The Deedens say they couldn't imagine needing insurance since the creek can be this low.
It's not something you ever thought could be needed.
Never thought it could be used. I said that's a waste of money.
But according to FEMA, both families live in high-risk flood areas and should have considered flood insurance.
I just showed you that map. Is that something you had any idea about?
No, it's the first time I've ever heard of something like that.
FEMA says, according to its data, only about 4% of people in the U.S. have flood insurance through the National Flood Insurance Program, with many others thinking it's part of their homeowner's policy or just not needed.
Over a third of the claims that we pay every year are outside of the mandatory purchase high-risk area.
Areas where people need flood insurance if their mortgage lender is government-backed. Dovey Beck lives in nearby Jackson, Kentucky. She says her bank also required flood insurance for her mortgage.
In a way, you're lucky that the bank made you have it.
Yes, and I will keep it.
But some people may not be able to afford that insurance. Enter FEMA's new Risk Rating 2.0, hoping to calculate insurance costs using each property's unique risk factors.
Lower value, lower risk properties, we're paying too much. And higher value and higher risk properties, we're not paying enough.
2.0 also aims to warn people how high their premium could jump down the road.
We think that's incredibly important as we continue to deal with climate change, is to really pull back the veil and raise the visibility to homeowners on what their flood risk is.
FEMA projects during the first year of new pricing, almost a quarter of existing plans will see premiums drop. But while FEMA is promising equity, the new plan still doesn't account for how much money someone makes. That means low-income Americans could still be priced out of the market.
We need help from lawmakers to give us the statutory authority to consider affordability.
Sadly, I'm afraid that the flood insurance might be priced out of their market and that they'll just leave. And that's my fear, is that we're going to lose our population.
But some, like the Deedens, say they hope to rebuild, now armed with information they could have used much sooner.
Jesse is joining us now. Jesse, thank you so much for bringing us that reporting. What is the financial factor now with some of these families you talked with? How are they rebuilding? How are they paying for that?
Yeah, the people we've spoken with are lucky enough to have family and friends giving them everything from a trailer to live in temporarily, places to stay. But there are people who unfortunately seem to have lost even more, may not have someone to lean on like that in this time of need. The family we spoke with, the Deedens, they say they got $2,000 roughly from FEMA. Willie Bush says he got $1,500 from FEMA. But at the same time, Hallie, it's important to stress that FEMA says through the National Flood Insurance Program, people who had insurance policies have seen more than $13 million paid out already. So underscoring the value of a policy like that in this time of need. But at the same time, make no mistake, there are communication issues around flood insurance. I had trouble looking some of this information up online. I was constantly asking questions, and we know that people in these communities have been asking questions, which will become all the more important, Hallie, as we deal with climate change, which is going to make extreme rainfall and flash flooding issues more frequent and more intense, Hallie.
Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much for being with us. Coming up here on the show, an exclusive on Hallie Jackson Now, our Josh Letterman catching up with the Energy Secretary, sitting down one-on-one on what Russia's escalation in Ukraine might mean for gas prices here. Wait till you hear what she said. Plus, police may be moving closer to cracking a 40-year-old cold case of poisoned Tylenol tablets that killed 7 people and forever changed how all of our medicines get packaged, all that tamper-proof packaging. Started because of this. We're going to have an update next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To a Hallie Jackson Now exclusive, where today Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is acknowledging that the Biden administration, yes, it is worried about what Russia's escalation might mean for gas prices here in the U.S., especially with those prices just started ticking back up a little bit after falling for more than 3 months. They dropped something like $1.30 a gallon, according to AAA. The secretary at an event with her Ukrainian counterpart, sitting down exclusively with our own Josh Letterman and pointing out, listen, prices are still way lower than what they were this summer.
Are you concerned about gas prices starting to go up again?
Well, I mean, the increase is less than 1 penny. We have obviously seen huge drops.
Josh is joining us now here on set. It's so good to see you, and it's great to have this interview here on the show, so thank you. Obviously, there is a concern from the Energy Secretary about what's happening with energy here at home, right? Huge concern, though, for Europe because they rely so much on energy that is being affected by this war in Ukraine.
That's right, Hallie. And the big fear is that President Putin is counting on a gas shortage as we move into the winter months when it's colder and people need to use their heat to really lower the resolve that Western allies, the U.S. and the Europeans have had to continue with these punishing sanctions on Russia. That people are going to say, look, at this point, I have to prioritize my own gas bill. And one of the things—
Does it erode the resolve?
Exactly. Now, so far, there haven't been too many signs that that resolve is eroding. But one thing that is happening that's very concerning is some of these countries like France and Germany, they have been shifting back to coal, which they were trying to phase out because it's available and it's cheap. And so I asked Secretary Granholm whether that's a concern for the clean energy and climate change goals that this administration has set. And she said that's okay as long as it's temporary. Take a listen.
Well, I mean, they have to supply power to their people. We totally understand that. But the overall goal, of course, is to get to net zero by 2050. If there is a year or two where they've got to resort to fossil fuels, because it is so important, obviously, to ensure that power continues to people, they know that they are also accelerating this movement to clean. Everyone is saying it. Nobody is talking about permanently going back to coal.
But in the short term, the reality is that coal prices are now at record levels after the demand prior to the war for something like coal had really fallen off as countries were trying to shift to renewable sources.
Do you see this? Do these officials see this as a reframing of some of the debate around renewable energy sources like wind and solar, which has come under criticism from some who say, well, they're not all that reliable or not as reliable as other energy sources?
Yeah, it's really fascinating how this war has become a moment to really rethink that dynamic. Because typically people say, look, fossil fuels are the dirtiest source, but they're also really reliable when push comes to shove. But Herman Hulashenko, the Ukrainian energy minister, told me—
Who was sitting with Secretary Granholm.
Exactly. Yeah. He told me that this war has proven that it's exactly the opposite. Take a look.
All these voices that the sun and wind is not stable, the situation with war, with Ukrainian war, shows that supply for gas, for instance, from Russia is not stable, even more than the wind. And it means that you cannot rely on the supply of fossil fuels.
Both Hulashenko and Granholm saying that this war has really expedited the shift towards clean energy sources so that countries don't ever have to be reliant on a country like Russia for their energy again, Hallie.
It's the idea that it's not just Mother Nature that can be unpredictable. It's Russia in many ways, too. It's the geopolitical forces as well. It's great reporting, Josh. Thank you for bringing us that exclusive. It's good to see you on set. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, Our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, Cooper Roberts, the little 8-year-old boy who was paralyzed at that deadly July 4th shooting in Highland Park, Illinois. Well, guess what? He is finally back home. He's been spending months at the hospital. He's had multiple surgeries. He's been away from his family and his little Frenchie, George, his puppy he loves so much. Now he's home, his family releasing a statement asking for thoughts and prayers as they adjust to their new normal, sending them so much strength. From our Northeast Bureau, the head coach of the Boston Celtics might be suspended for the entire season, according to ESPN. Why? For allegedly having a consensual relationship with a member of the franchise staff. Reportedly considered a violation of the organization's code of conduct guidelines. No word on a final decision there. We'll keep an eye on it. From our Southeast Bureau, check out this match. This highway in Florida. That's beer, folks, covered in Coors Light after a semi-truck crash. Nobody was hurt, luckily, but the Florida Highway Patrol obviously had to close down that stretch of road to clean all those cans up. Prosecutors in Chicago think they may have a break in a 40-year case that changed the way we all buy and take over-the-counter medicine. We're talking about the so-called Tylenol murders. That's when 7 people died after they took Tylenol capsules that were laced with cyanide. This was back before a lot of us were born, 1982. And so you probably don't remember a day when there haven't been like tamper-proof plastic and stuff in Tylenol bottles, right? Advil bottles, et cetera. That's because of this, right? So since then, there have been these changes made so that you can't mess with medicine bottles. But for the murders themselves, nobody had ever been accountable, maybe until now. The Chicago Tribune now reporting that prosecutors and investigators are focusing on a former Chicago person who had been a suspect for years, but who denied responsibility. Joining us now is Kathy Park. This is a huge deal, Kathy, and I know it happened a long time ago, but again, the implications of it, we still feel today. I took my allergy medicine this morning, right? And it's a tamper-proof case that I open. How did prosecutors move this person from like longtime suspect to now true potential suspect in these murders?
Yeah, you know, this is an interesting break, right? And this was nearly a year-long investigation with the Chicago Tribune. And really, time really isn't on their side because obviously 40 years have passed since these crimes, memories fade, and people who are key sources just are no longer around. So time is really of the essence. But James Lewis is someone that has been on the radar for quite some time. And according to the Chicago Tribune, they are saying that, listen, he is not a suspect at this time, and right now there is no physical evidence linking him to the crime, but it's more circumstantial because back in 1982, at the height of the investigation, he actually wrote an extortion letter to J&J, the manufacturers of Tylenol, and he actually admitted to this crime and therefore spent 12 years in federal prison. And shortly after he was released, that is when he moved to the Boston area. And just last week, that is when the Chicago Tribune journalists were able to try to have a conversation with him, but they're not saying if whether or not they were able to get any more information out of him, though. But he has always maintained his innocence throughout the entire time.
This was such a big deal that like laws were changed because of these so-called Tylenol murders.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You mentioned, you know, your allergy medicine, and I have some props here. I mean, this is a Tylenol bottle, and it all kind of stems from what happened back in the 1980s here in Chicago. It's pretty difficult to mess with one of these bottles, these over-the-counter medications, and it's because what unfolded here in Chicago 40 years ago. The FDA issued widespread and tough regulations about tampering with these things. So obviously the packaging is layered. It's tough to get into one of these medications, and also Congress, lawmakers passed legislation as well to make it a federal offense to mess with medication. Hallie?
Kathy Park, thank you so much for being on top of that story for us. Appreciate it. When we come back, we're going to talk about this drug called Ozempic for type 2 diabetes, but it's becoming harder to get because it's being prescribed to help people lose weight instead. Why that's now triggering a shortage for the folks who actually need this drug. We're talking about it next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
If you've been on TikTok lately, or if you're a fan of some of these celebrity accounts, you might have seen people talking about or alluding to Ozempic, right? It's this drug that's meant to help people with diabetes, type 2 diabetes. But you've got folks using it to lose weight instead. And apparently for them, it's working. So obviously that's made this a real hot drug, real expensive, more than $1,000 a month if you can swing that cost. And now there's a shortage for people who actually truly need this to treat their diabetes. Here's the deal. TikTok is all over it, and so are some celebrities.
It's being used, I think, widely, not only in Hollywood, but across the general population.
Its brand name, Ozempic, a drug you inject that's meant to regulate insulin and treat type 2 diabetes.
It does improve insulin secretion, so it certainly, in that way, is a treatment for type 2 diabetes.
But now some people are using it to lose weight.
It delays what we call gastric emptying. That's how fast food leaves your stomach, so you feel full longer. And it also controls how full we feel generally. And so people eat less.
Well, doctors say it may work. Taking Ozempic for weight loss is technically off-label. That means a doctor has prescribed it for an issue it's not approved to treat, and that's allowed. But this kind of thing can have consequences in the market. Like now, there's an Ozempic shortage.
But it's part of a larger problem that we have in the United States. We have more than 200 active drug shortages right now.
Michael Gagno is a senior director at a pharmaceutical industry trade group. He says shortages like this one have been an issue for decades.
This has been a chronic problem in the United States. It's gone on for about 20 years, and we've really not done a lot to mitigate the issue.
In a statement to NBC News, the FDA says it's working closely with the manufacturers of semaglutide injection, the generic name for Ozempic, to help address the shortage of these products, and confirms healthcare professionals can choose to prescribe drugs off-label when medically appropriate. The company that makes Ozempic says they do not promote, suggest, or encourage off-label use of their medicines and are committed to fully complying with all applicable U.S. laws. And they say in terms of supply, the combo of incredible demand plus global supply constraints means some disruption in getting Ozempic to patients.
When we were talking essential medications that were required during the pandemic, that would be required for any future emergency response, and we don't have the resiliency in our drug supply chain.
Supply chain issues aside, there's also the cost factor.
The biggest issue with most of them is a barrier to accessing it is cost. They're expensive medications.
Ozempic, according to the drug maker's website, can cost around $1,350 every month.
We were always looking for the magic pill. People are always looking for the magic pill. They'd rather just take a pill and not worry about what they're eating.
Or in this instance, inject something into their bodies. Dr. John Torres is with us now. And Dr. John, this is not to villainize people who use Ozempic for weight loss, because as we noted, doctors are allowed to prescribe it off-label for this point. The question is, how do you manage the weight loss factor for folks with the people who desperately need this to control their actual diabetes?
And Hallie, that's the big question. And I think the answer is there needs to be some kind of mechanism saying here is the priority list of who should be getting them. And once priority 1, 2, 3, 4 get them, then priority 5, 6. We saw this during the pandemic with a lot of the medications, the treatments, the vaccines that came out. They prioritized certain groups initially, and then as more became available, other groups were able to get them. I think looking forward, this might be something they need to look at the same time. There were drugs in the pandemic that we noticed that had some issues, hydroxychloroquine, used off labels, and other people couldn't get them that actually needed them, Hallie.
This isn't junk science, right? Like Ozempic does work for weight loss. It's not like a pretend placebo kind of thing.
No, it's not junk science at all. And what we found out is that was the side effect that people were talking about when they were using it for their type 2 diabetes. They were also noticing this weight loss. And so that's where the attention started being focused on, the weight loss. And that's what you're seeing is happening right now, the off-label use of that. Again, there needs to be some type of prioritization system so those that need it, the diabetics in this case, can get it. And then those that can get it for weight loss can get it second and then go on down the list for that.
What do you say to people who think, well, wait a second, this sounds too good to be true. I take one injection a week and I can finally lose some weight. What's your message to those folks?
Well, my message would be this is a short-term issue right now because you can lose the weight while you're on this medication, but once you get off the medication, you go back to your old habits, which could mean some weight gain. And so it needs to be lifestyle changes that are incorporated for long-term weight loss. And like the one expert you talked to, you know, this is not a magic pill. This is not a magic injection that can get the weight off and keep it off. So you need to use other mechanisms, other techniques to make sure it stays off. And that's the important thing here.
Dr. John Torres, great to see you. Thank you for that gut check, if you will. Appreciate it. That's a wrap for this hour. We're going to have more for you here tomorrow, same time, same place. Happy Thursday, folks. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, the growing hurricane threat, Fiona barreling towards Bermuda as a monster Category 4 storm. The island bracing for what could be a dangerous night after the storm's deadly march through the Caribbean. In Puerto Rico, homes knocked off their foundation, landslides shutting down roads, tens of thousands of customers still without power there and in the Dominican Republic. Plus, is another major storm system following right behind. Al Roker is here tonight. Also, the new reporting on that group of migrants flown to Martha's Vineyard by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. What we're now learning about the private air charter company paid $615,000 to fly them. Did that company go out and recruit the migrants from Texas? Also, former President Trump defending the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. Trump saying the President of the United States can declassify anything by, quote, even thinking about it. The response tonight from the court. First-class attack, the American Airlines passenger caught on camera punching a flight attendant from behind. The erratic behavior that reportedly led up to that mid-air assault. Dangerous diet, influencers and celebrities using the diabetes drug Ozempic to shed pounds. The latest weight loss craze, but is it safe? And bystander backup. How a group of Good Samaritans saved a police officer during a violent traffic stop. Top story starts right now. And good evening. Tonight we start with that trouble in the tropics. All eyes on a new storm system that could impact the U.S. and it would follow right behind Hurricane Fiona. Take a look. The new video showing the eye of Fiona, the Category 4 storm nearing Bermuda after tearing through the Caribbean. In the Dominican Republic, nearly 9,000 homes damaged or destroyed. And get this, right now, more than 700,000 people without water. In Puerto Rico, drone footage, you see it here from Ponce, shows homes knocked off their foundations, mudslides making parts of the island impossible to access. And satellite images also showing the catastrophic flooding that has washed out fields and wiped out bridges. Bermuda, now next in line, residents there boarding up homes and businesses, preparing for a potentially rough night ahead. We have teams on the ground in both Puerto Rico and Bermuda, but we want to begin tonight with Al Roker, who has the latest on this deadly storm. And now, as we look at the big board there, you see Hurricane Fiona not letting up in Bermuda, right in its path.
Absolutely, and we're also looking at more going on. We've got a couple of systems coming off the African coast, but right now we'll start off with Fiona. Currently still Category 4 storm. Currently, it's 305 miles west-southwest of Bermuda, 130-mile-per-hour winds. It's picking up its forward speed, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. By 3 a.m. Friday, it's just to the west-northwest of Bermuda, 2 to 4 inches of rain, seas 30 to 45 feet, makes landfall in Canada, but we are looking at some surf advisories, some surf and rip currents along the eastern U.S. coast. Now, we're again watching all of this, Tom, and the next system is one we're really concerned about.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people on the Gulf Coast right now concerned about what we see right there. It's called Invest 98L. Tell us more about this.
All right, so we're already expecting some sort of development, 90% chance of development in the next 5 days, likely to become a depression in a day or two. Now, let's put the global models into motion, and you can see anywhere from Miami to the Yucatan Peninsula, we've got the potential for development and landfall. Now, we're going to put the U.S. model and the European model. We've got a little, we're not really confident about this right now because we haven't seen the storm center form yet. However, look at the difference. There's landfall with the Euro in Florida on Tuesday. Next Friday is right around landfall for the U.S. model. So, Tom, we've still got a long way to go. We've got to wait for this thing to form, and then we'll continue to track it. But again, for right now, we've got a system with a lot of potential, with a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Americans all across the Gulf Coast have to be paying attention all week. All right, Al, thanks for that. We want to go now to Morgan Chesky, who's live in the crosshairs of Hurricane Fiona's outer bands in St. George's, Bermuda. He joins Top Story Live tonight. So, Morgan, I know things are just starting to pick up there. Tell me what the conditions are like right now.
Yeah, Tom, we can feel this wind definitely start to pick up. The gust approaching 20 miles an hour. If Fiona stays on its current path, we could see gusts upwards of 75 miles an hour sometime between midnight and 5 a.m. That is when Bermuda is expected to get the full force of Fiona. And keep in mind, this is still looking to be a glancing blow. This Category 4 hurricane could be 100 miles moving off the westward coast of Bermuda, and we could still be seeing some significant flooding in low-lying areas and some wind damage here. But right now, the calm before the storm definitely over. We're anticipating feeling that rain from those outer bands here anytime now. Tom?
You know, Morgan, even though Bermuda sits right there by itself in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, it has some of the strictest building codes of any island I've ever seen. That being said, we are talking about a Category 4 storm. So are people anxious there? Have they seen the pictures out of Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic?
They absolutely have. They've been following what happened when it hit Turks and Caicos, the power outages there for hundreds of thousands of people. I asked, actually, the Minister of National Security of Bermuda today, how concerned are you? How prepared are you? He says right now, this afternoon, they were at 95%. He says his biggest concern, complacency, people not taking this hurricane seriously because it is looking to make a glancing blow. But he pointed back to 2014. Tom, that was when Hurricane Faye and Gonzalo struck this island within 1 week's time. Nobody has forgotten that. And as for that building code, it was made even stronger following Hurricane Fabian in 2003. If a building goes up in Bermuda right now, it has to withstand 110-mile-an-hour winds. Fortunately, as of right now, we're not expected to see anything that strong. However, everyone knows how much a hurricane can veer in the hours ahead. Tom?
Yeah, we hope those predictions are right. All right, Morgan Chesky in Bermuda. Morgan, you and your team, please stay safe tonight. We want to head now to Puerto Rico, where Hurricane Fiona's devastation in the Caribbean is coming into full focus. President Biden signing a disaster declaration as the island battles ongoing landslides and flooding. And in the hard-hit Dominican Republic, hundreds of thousands without power or water. Gabe Gutierrez is in the disaster zone again for us tonight.
This was Fiona's fury in Turks and Caicos, while Bermuda braces for a close call. In the Dominican Republic, there are still hundreds of thousands of people without water or power. Here in Puerto Rico, new landslides overnight.
So we're still pretty much in this emergency response phase.
Satellite images show washed out bridges and flooded fields across Puerto Rico before and after the storm. These satellite images show how much of the island is in the dark each night. This is before Fiona, and this is after. 38% of customers now have power, up from 27% yesterday. President Biden has signed a major disaster declaration, and at a FEMA briefing today, he spoke with Puerto Rico's governor.
And we'll do everything we can to meet the urgent needs you have.
With the heat index hovering around 100 degrees, this is Jose Alvarez's sweltering existence. He tells us he rode out the hurricane in remote western Puerto Rico, the river rushing under his home. Today, for the first time, local authorities brought him the bottled water he so desperately needed. Now, neighbors yell across the river to notify each other at the first glimpse of any supplies. During Hurricane Maria 5 years ago, this mountainside got 7 inches of rain. Fiona dumped 24. We feel forgotten, this woman says. Tonight, they have at least some water here, but no power. An ongoing disaster that is all too familiar.
Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Utuado, Puerto Rico. And Gabe, we know you mentioned there in your story some of the power is coming back on, but still so many have no electricity. Do we have any idea when they'll get power fully restored?
Well, Tom, it's just not clear. The governor has said that he expected it to take days, not months, like it happened following Hurricane Maria. He's hedged a bit, saying that some parts of this island, the more remote areas, will take even longer to get back. But, Tom, so many residents just are skeptical about any firm timetable. They have problems here with power, even on a good day, whether or not there's a hurricane, Tom.
And Gabe, you've been there now a while for us. Talk to me about those high temperatures and no power, which means no fans or air conditioning. I can't imagine what that's like for the elderly or for parents with children.
It's incredibly dangerous, Tom. You know, earlier today, we were in a remote region here in Utuado on a mountainside. This community had no access to drinking water, no access to power, and it was even difficult for them to get out of their neighborhood. It was difficult to even drive up the road. Some of them didn't have access to cars, and it can be extremely dangerous to even try to go out and get gas for a portable generator. And we spoke with a 72-year-old woman that had just been brought some water bottles by local authorities that were extremely grateful. But so many residents that we've spoken to here, Tom, say they just can't understand why it seems that this government on this island can't seem to figure a solution out for these repeated power problems, hurricane after hurricane. Still, they're incredibly resilient and making do with what they can. Tom?
Gabe Gutierrez from Puerto Rico tonight for us. Gabe, we thank you for that. We head to Washington now. Former President Trump firing back after multiple legal blows. The Justice Department regaining access to those documents seized from his Mar-a-Lago home. But the former president insisting he could declassify something just by thinking about it. NBC's Peter Alexander has more from Washington.
Tonight, the latest legal setback for former President Trump. A federal appeals court ruling the Justice Department is free to resume reviewing 100 classified documents seized from Mar-a-Lago, reversing an earlier decision by a federal judge that had blocked the government from examining those materials. Mr. Trump overnight insisting he declassified the records, an argument his lawyers have not made in court.
There doesn't have to be a process, as I understand it. If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it.
But the appeals court brushed off that argument as a red herring, saying the documents are still government property, whether or not they were declassified. Then there's the new $250 million civil lawsuit against Mr. Trump, as well as Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric Trump, brought by New York's Attorney General Letitia James. Mr. Trump slamming the suit by James, a Democrat, as a politically motivated witch hunt.
She campaigned on it 4 years ago. It was a vicious campaign, and she just talked about Trump, and we're going to indict him, we're going to get him.
James is accusing Mr. Trump of inflating his assets to get more favorable loans and better tax rates.
The pattern of fraud and deception that was used by Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization for their own financial benefit is astounding.
One example she cites, Mr. Trump's 212-acre estate outside Manhattan, bought for $7.5 million, that was later valued at nearly $300 million, on what James says were false claims that it had been zoned for mansions. But Mr. Trump argues the banks were responsible for their own valuations.
These are banks that have the best law firms in the world, the biggest and best and most powerful. They do their own work. They don't rely on us.
All right, Peter joins us tonight from Washington. And Peter, I want to go back to the president's comments over how to declassify documents. They've been getting so many headlines. Do we know if there's any legal precedent for what the president stated in that interview, or did the president further explain his comments that a president can declassify just by thinking about it, to use his words?
Yeah, he basically was saying that you can declassify by thought alone. Obviously, Tom, it doesn't work that way. The experts agree, and it just doesn't make sense here. The president didn't go beyond that, but that was the comment he made. We're already hearing some pushback from some Republicans, among them John Thune, one of the Republican leaders, saying that there is a process for declassifying information. And as Thune describes it, that should be adhered to and followed. Tom.
And Peter, sticking in Washington, I want to move to the January 6th committee. I know you have some new reporting. The committee set to interview a highly anticipated witness.
Yeah, that's right. We're learning Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. She's also a conservative activist. She's agreed to be interviewed by the January 6th committee in the coming weeks. The committee wants to ask about her communications with a Trump lawyer who was pushing a plan to overturn the 2020 elections results. The committee, by the way, is going to hold its next hearing next Wednesday. Tom?
All right, Peter Alexander for us tonight. Peter, we thank you for that. Next tonight, to a major update on a story we've been covering closely. We have new reporting that the air charter company that assisted Governor Ron DeSantis in flying dozens of migrants to Martha's Vineyard has close political ties to the Republican Party. Vertol Systems Company has contributed thousands of dollars to GOP super PACs and was once legally represented by close political allies of the governor. To date, the company has received nearly $1.6 million in payments having to do with DeSantis' migrant moving program. I want to bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Mark Caputo, who broke this story for us. So, Mark, tell us what dots you connected when it comes to the air charter company that did this and Governor Ron DeSantis.
From what I understood in my reporting is this company, Vertol Systems, which few people have really heard about, had given a bunch of money to a number of candidates, including the former Secretary of Education in Florida, Richard Corcoran, who's a DeSantis ally. But when he was running for governor in 2017, he received $15,000 from this group. So I called up people affiliated with the fundraiser and found out that the money had been given at a fundraiser hosted by Matt Gaetz, the congressman from the Panhandle, who's a close ally of Governor DeSantis. And from there, I realized in checking the records that Matt Gaetz and Ron DeSantis's current public safety czar in charge of immigration, a man named Larry Keefe, were law partners together, and both Gaetz and Larry Keefe represented Vertol Systems, this very company that now got this contract to move these migrants, which the governor's office won't comment on. It won't tell us the scope of work. They won't give us the contract, despite Florida's sunshine laws. So I just put the dots together and reported what we know, and that's about it.
Mark, you know, I want to show some of our viewers right now some of your reporting that's on NBCnews.com right now. I want to show a portion of the report. You write, in Vertol's only known case of relocating migrants, the company received an initial $615,000 last week and recruited almost 50 destitute, asylum-seeking Venezuelan migrants in San Antonio, Texas, gave them food and at least one night's hotel stay, and then flew them to Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, as part of DeSantis' effort to highlight the toll of illegal immigration. Now, Mark, here's the part I'm confused about. What is a transportation company doing looking for and recruiting undocumented immigrants? That sounds like much more than getting people from point A to point B.
That's a good question. Boy, I wish the governor's office would answer that, but I'm sorry to be sarcastic about this. But what is Vertol Systems doing moving migrants? It's making money hand over fist. I mean, we're talking about $1.6 million, and the last trip to Delaware got scrapped at the last minute, and that was $950,000. We'd love to know what happened in that case as well. Lots of questions, lots of unanswered questions. There's also lots of lawsuits that are starting to crop up. Lawyers for the migrants who were sent to Martha's Vineyard have sued, saying their clients were misled and they were victims of fraud. The Florida Senate Democrats are suing as well, or planning to sue, because under the state budget authorizing this, quote, unauthorized alien removal program, it says that the migrants in question need to be removed, quote, from this state. This state is Florida. But for some reason, they went to San Antonio to get the migrants. And by the way, they were asylum-seeking Venezuelans. And it turns out the Republicans who crafted the program said in the legislature, in public, during committee, and theoretically under oath, that Venezuelan asylum seekers, when asked this very question, are not unauthorized aliens. So you have an unauthorized alien removal program from Florida, which removed authorized aliens from Texas.
Finally,
and someone made $1.6 million off of this.
Finally, Mark, you know, I guess the last question is, what does Vertol, the company in Florida, have to say? I know you try to get some answers.
Oh, they say nothing. I called and they hung up. We left some other messages earlier in the week, but met with no call back. At least in this case, I had the courtesy of someone hanging up.
All right, Mark Caputo with some new reporting on a very big story we've been covering. Mark, we appreciate it. Next tonight, to a wild moment caught on camera in the skies over California, a passenger punching a flight attendant in the back of the head. It was all captured on camera after he was asked to leave first class and return to his seat. The confrontation coming amid a difficult new year for flight crews with violent interactions at an all-time high. NBC's Maya Eaglin has that video and this story.
Tonight, this disturbing attack. An American Airlines flight attendant brutally punched in the back of the head by a passenger. What are you doing? All of it captured by a fellow flyer. The cabin left stunned. Kevin Hoover says he had a front row seat to the man's erratic behavior on the flight from Cabo San Lucas, Mexico to Los Angeles. According to the criminal complaint, the passenger had moved into first class. His temper apparently flaring after he was asked to move back to his assigned seat.
A gentleman came up and sat in the empty seat across the aisle from me and started mumbling.
The flight crew, with the help of Hoover, able to calm down the suspect until the plane landed.
Flight attendant grabbed some restraints, and her and I went back there, and I just told him, I said, we're going to put these on you. And he just put his hands up and let us do it.
The passenger taken off the flight by police in Los Angeles and detained by the FBI, and now charged with interfering with a flight crew, a federal offense. American Airlines banning that passenger from all future flights, writing in a statement, "Acts of violence against our team members are not tolerated," adding, "Our thoughts are with our injured flight attendant." The punch, part of a troubling rise in mid-air confrontations. The FAA dealing with more than 1,900 unruly passengers this year alone. That's an average of 7 per day. They launched 680 investigations. Those numbers down from the peak in 2021 when bad behavior spiked during COVID mask mandates, but still 4 times higher than pre-pandemic levels.
It's devastating watching something like that, knowing exactly what that crew is going through, that they can't just pull off to the side and get help. My heart broke for them. But it also broke for the flight attendants all over the country who are watching that video today and still going to work.
Where does that emotion come from you?
This is really hard because this is not the job that we signed up for, the job that we know.
Maya Eaglin joins us now in studio. So we just heard there from that flight attendant, and it sounded like she was getting emotional.
Absolutely. You know, she said it's really overwhelming to have to go to work, to have her friends, people she knows go to work, and have to be fearful of their safety. They're already taking self-defense classes, but they're asking for more. They're asking for legislative accountability and legislative changes so this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, more definitely has to be done. And I'm curious, do they have any advice for passengers if you're on the plane and you see one of these violent incidents break out? What should you do?
The biggest thing is to listen to directions given to you from flight attendants and only intervening if you're asked to or if someone's immediate safety is at risk. Aside from that, just being nice, respectful, and attentive can really go a long way.
All right, Maya Eaglin for us. Maya, we appreciate it. We turn now to the end of an international manhunt. A man known as Fat Leonard escaping house arrest in San Diego as he awaited sentencing for the Navy's largest bribery case. But after weeks on the run, he was captured in South America. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has those details.
Tonight, a former military contractor known as Fat Leonard, on the run for weeks after ripping off his GPS ankle bracelet, was recaptured in Venezuela, authorities say. Leonard Glenn Francis pleaded guilty in 2015 to a sprawling bribery and corruption scandal involving senior naval officers, the largest in naval history, and he was set to be sentenced today, but he slipped away from his Tony San Diego home weeks ago.
The Navy is embarrassed in the extreme, but so is the U.S. Marshal Service with somebody cutting off an ankle bracelet and disappearing. That was an incredibly well-planned, organized escape.
After an alert was activated indicating Leonard's bracelet had been tampered with on September 4th, San Diego police went to his home.
Trying to knock on the door, but you're not getting a response. Subject isn't responding to messages or calls.
But all they found, they said, was the bracelet, no Leonard. The U.S. government posting a $40,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. Neighbors told U.S. Marshals that several U-Haul trucks had been in and out of the house all week.
There were people that were moving things in and out, but they were just shadows. I saw them from my peripheral vision.
The director of Interpol Venezuela says Francis got to the country from Mexico with a stopover in Cuba. He was apprehended by Venezuelan authorities at the Simon Bolivar International Airport while trying to eventually get to Russia, according to a Marshals spokesperson. Francis was on house arrest due to health issues, including a bout with kidney cancer. He was arrested in 2013 and pleaded guilty to offering $500,000 in bribes of luxury travel, prostitutes, and free hotel rooms to Navy officers. A court then finding he overcharged the Navy to the tune of roughly $35 million for servicing vessels and lured ships to his port in Indonesia, all of it in exchange for classified information, now faces 25 years in prison.
Fat Leonard knew where the ships were going, and he was capable, possibly, of providing that information to other parties, or someone he subcontracted to might have done that.
This historic public corruption scandal lasted more than a decade and involved dozens of U.S. Navy officers.
You're talking about commanders and admirals. How serious is that?
It's brutally painful.
All right, Sam Brock joins us now from Miami. Sam, do we have any sense of when Fat Leonard will be prosecuted in the U.S.?
So we are relying right now, Tom, on the Venezuelan authorities. And the director of Interpol in Venezuela says that they've initiated at this point the proceedings for extraditing Fat Leonard. The problem is, who knows what that timeline looks like? Is it going to be days? Is it going to be weeks? And also, will it happen at all? Because the United States, Tom, of course, doesn't recognize the government of Nicolas Maduro. Venezuela is one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world right now. There is no U.S. embassy in Venezuela. It is very rare that law enforcement officials from the United States and Venezuela are even cooperating on any sort of law enforcement issue. So is this even going to come to fruition? And you got to ask, what sort of chip is Venezuela looking to use this for? Do they want sanctions relief, to have someone else freed from the United States? It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
So, Sam, you know, he's called Fat Leonard. He obviously lost a lot of weight, but he was being watched, and then he cuts off his electric monitoring device. How easy is that to do?
You would think it would be very difficult to get a GPS monitor bracelet off. However, I spoke with a law enforcement official who used to work for the FBI. He said it's actually not that hard. It appears that he cut it off using some heavy scissors in his house. The reason many people who have these bracelets on don't do it is because they know they're going right back to jail. And in fact, there was an alert that was issued as soon as the monitor was dislodged. However, by the time authorities got there, he was already gone. There was no disincentive in this case for Fat Leonard not to take it off because he was planning on leading an international excursion. Of course, authorities looking for him for weeks. And now maybe he's regretting that.
All right, Sam Brock for us from Miami. Sam, we appreciate it. Still ahead tonight, the pandemic fraud. How a federal watchdog says fraudsters stole, get this, $50 billion in unemployment benefits as COVID ravaged this country. Plus, the officer attacked during a traffic stop. You see it right here. How a group of other drivers stepped in to help him. And the latest weight loss craze, have you heard about it? Influencers and celebrities using the diabetes drug Ozempic to diet. But could it cause more harm to the body? That's next.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day. To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table. We feel like we're right there with you. Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to... Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
People with type 2 diabetes are excited about the potential of once-weekly Ozempic.
You may recognize that commercial. It's for Ozempic, a medication used to treat type 2 diabetes. However, it's now gaining popularity as an off-label weight loss drug being used by those on social media and even in Hollywood. But it's leading to a shortage of the drug for the people that actually depend on it. NBC's Hallie Jackson has this story.
Taking my first dose of Ozempic. In 3 weeks, I went down a full dress size.
TikTok is all over it.
The girls that get it.
4 weeks in and down 12 pounds.
And so are some celebrities.
It's being used, I think, widely, not only in Hollywood, but across the general population.
Its brand name, Ozempic, a drug you inject that's meant to regulate insulin and treat type 2 diabetes.
It does improve insulin secretion, so it certainly, in that way, is a treatment for type 2 diabetes.
But now, some people are using it to lose weight.
Adults lost on average up to 12 pounds.
Oh, up to 12 pounds. It delays what we call gastric emptying. That's how fast food leaves your stomach, so you feel full longer. And it also controls how full we feel generally. And so people eat less.
Well, doctors say it may work. Taking Ozempic for weight loss is technically off-label. That means a doctor has prescribed it for an issue it's not approved to treat, and that's allowed. But this kind of thing can have consequences in the market. Like now, there's an Ozempic shortage.
But it's part of a larger problem that we have in the United States. We have more than 200 active drug shortages right now.
Michael Gagno is a senior director at a pharmaceutical industry trade group. He says shortages like this one have been an issue for decades.
This has been a chronic problem in the United States. It's gone on for about 20 years, and we've really not done a lot to mitigate the issue.
In a statement to NBC News, the FDA says it's working closely with the manufacturers of semaglutide injection, the generic name for Ozempic, to help address the shortage of these products, and confirms healthcare professionals can choose to prescribe drugs off-label when medically appropriate. The company that makes Ozempic says they do not promote, suggest, or encourage off-label use of their medicines and are committed to fully complying with all applicable U.S. laws. And they say in terms of supply, the combo of incredible demand plus global supply constraints means some disruption in getting Ozempic to patients.
I'm taking my second Ozempic injection. People with diabetes are incredibly frustrated that Ozempic is being touted as a weight loss drug, because while it has such great benefits for people, it's really disheartening that people with diabetes who need this medication for blood sugar management can't necessarily get access to it.
All right, that was Hallie Jackson reporting for Top Story tonight. This thing is really taking off on social media. So for more on this weight loss fad and the effects it could possibly have on the body, I want to bring in NBC Health and Medical Unit Fellow, Dr. Akshay Syal. Doctor, thanks so much for joining Top Story and welcome to the broadcast. I think it's the first time we've had you on. So my first question is simple. Is this safe for people who want to lose weight?
So, Tom, to be clear, this is an FDA-approved medication. Now, there's a catch here. It's FDA-approved for those who have diabetes, and at higher doses, it's actually called Wegovy, which is a little bit confusing. But that's FDA-approved for people who are obese looking to lose weight. Now, if you're not in one of those two categories, you're really kind of flying blind here. You're in gray zone. We don't have the kind of rigorous data we need to say this is truly a safe and effective thing to lose weight.
But doctors are prescribing it. So I have to ask you, I mean, if you're somebody who's looking to lose a few lbs, maybe it's 20 pounds, maybe it's 30 pounds, is it safe?
So, if you're not in one of those two categories, you're being prescribed it off-label. And, off-label medications are prescribed. My roommate in med school, he had what we call performance anxiety disorder. And he was prescribed a heart medication off-label. So anytime he would go up and give a speech, he would take that medication. And so off-label is not without precedent. But if you are going to take something off-label, you really need to make sure you are seeing a doctor regularly and you don't just lose the follow-up.
If you are taking this medication off-label, does insurance cover it? How much are we talking? Because I've heard it's very expensive.
So if it's off-label, usually insurance will not cover it. And it's about $1,000 to $1,200 a month, which is like
$1,000 a month to take this.
It's like buying a new iPhone every month, right?
Okay.
It's expensive.
And then I guess I have to ask you, I mean, is there an ethics question here? If people with diabetes can't get this drug, then why are doctors prescribing it? And I'd also say, put it on the patients or the people losing weight. Why are people taking it if people who truly need this to live can't find it?
There's probably a lot of reasons for that, and I think one of the things to point out is I don't know if people really realize how dangerous it is for diabetics to miss their medications. We see this all the time in the hospital. People come in with their blood sugars too high, they get serious infections, they may be in the ICU. So it's really important for people to be aware if their drug is in a shortage, there are some people with diabetes who may only be on this medication, and it's important to take it, and it's something you definitely need to be aware of for doctors too.
Does it work for people who want to lose weight?
Yeah, so short answer, yes, it does. For patients who are diabetic and for patients who are obese, you can expect about, up to a 15% change in body weight. So if you're 200 pounds, for example, that's a 30-pound weight loss in about a year's time frame. I mean, we basically think it works by telling your brain that you're full, so you basically eat less.
Finally, just real quick, then, is it a money play for these doctors? If insurance doesn't take it and they're writing the scripts, are they making money on the back end?
Yeah, usually not. If we prescribe things off-label, that's handled entirely by the pharmacy and by the patient.
Okay. Doctor, great having you on Top Story. I know I asked you a lot of tough questions, but I appreciate your candidness. Thanks so much. All right, when we come back, another recall for Tesla. This one's huge. The window issue now impacting more than 1 million vehicles. What drivers need to know next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
All right, we're back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we begin with the alarming new report on pandemic-related fraud. This one's going to get you really upset. A federal watchdog found an estimated nearly $50 billion was stolen from the nation's unemployment insurance program. The Labor Department's Inspector General says applicants received aid using dead people's Social Security numbers and the names of people serving federal prison terms. A group of Good Samaritans caught on camera helping an officer after she was attacked during a traffic stop in Ohio. The officer's dash cam shows the driver, who was pulled over for speeding, get out of the car. After a verbal argument, you can see that driver punches the officer in the face. Other drivers witnessing the attack, racing to her aid, they managed to pull the man to the ground and hold him there until backup arrived. That officer is okay. New York City setting up new ways to house an influx of migrants from the southern border. Mayor Eric Adams announcing tent-like structures that his administration is calling emergency relief centers. He says the migrants will only be housed there for their first few days in the city and will be offered food, medical care, and other services. Migrant advocate groups have already raised legal concerns about these shelters. And a consumer alert tonight, Tesla is recalling more than 1 million vehicles. The car company says an issue with the automatic windows can force them to close on drivers. The recall covers several models, but the company says the problem can be fixed with a software update. There is more information on our website, NBCnews.com. Okay, we want to turn now to the latest on the water crisis in Mississippi. Residents filing a class action lawsuit claiming the water in Jackson caused various health problems, but the mayor says he drinks it, and he showed us. Zincle Esemwa has the details.
Cassandra Welchin is a lifelong Jackson, Mississippi resident.
I wouldn't drink the water because, we don't trust it.
Welchin, a social worker and mom of 3, says she's worried for her kids' health.
What impact do you feel this water crisis is having on your kids specifically?
With Zaya, who has a disability, right, it has been very difficult for her to comprehend, in some ways, don't drink the water, don't use the water. And she began to have, upset stomach.
And she's not alone in her concern. A group of Jackson residents filing a class action lawsuit alleging the water crisis caused various health problems like malnutrition and lead poisoning. The lawsuit against the city of Jackson, 2 private engineering companies, and Mississippi officials, including Jackson's mayor, Chokwe Lumumba.
What's your response to the hundreds of Jackson families who say their water is not safe or has faced lead contamination?
The issues of insecurity in the water, the challenges with that water has been well documented. We have warned them when those circumstances exist. Now, with respect to the lawsuit itself, I won't litigate that.
Do you drink it?
I drink it every day. I drink it every day. However, that doesn't mean that I don't understand the insecurity of our residents when they're being told to boil their water each and every day.
Lumumba says the city's ongoing water challenges are partially due to a lack of investment in Jackson.
Without significant capital improvements, it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when these challenges will arise again.
This, as Governor Reeves on Friday sparked controversy over these remarks.
As always, a great day to not be in Jackson.
The mayor adding that state leadership must invest more resources into the predominantly black city of Jackson to benefit residents like Welchin.
This just did not start this year. It's been going on for a very long time.
All right, Zincle Esemwa joins Top Story tonight from Jackson, Mississippi. Zincle, I want to go back to that moment we just saw in your story. Talk to me about the moment the mayor drank the tap water.
Yeah, Tom, so a lot of us were holding our breath to see if he actually would. I asked some residents about it, and they said, I don't know that the mayor actually drinks the water. He did, as you saw in that piece. But he also acknowledged that he knows many Jacksonians are hesitant to do so, the reason being because of the repeated water crises the city has faced. And when I asked him, do you think this is the last boil water advisory, Tom, he said no. He expects it to come back. And I think that overall reflects the sentiment that's really prevalent here in Jackson. Tom?
Is the mayor concerned? Because he's also being named in that lawsuit. Some residents really want him to pay as well.
Yeah, Tom, so I asked him directly about that. His direct words were that I believe that the city's firm is handling the case, and that's sort of the extent that he spoke to that. But it really is a reflection of how frustrated residents are right now. Cassandra, that mother you heard from, even said that when her children forget not to drink the water, they get diarrhea, they get upset stomachs, and her bathroom was littered with water bottles from what the family does every single day. So people like her and the many individuals in that lawsuit are now demanding change from officials. Time will tell if it comes. Tom?
All right, Zincle Esamal with a lot of good new reporting on that crisis there in Jackson. Now to top stories, Global Watch, and we begin with the migrant tragedy off the coast of northern Syria. Officials say a boat packed with up to 150 people capsized on the way from Syria to Lebanon. More than 30 people killed, at least 14 were rescued from the water, and crews are now searching for survivors. Mexico hit with its second deadly earthquake just this week. The 6.8 magnitude quake rocking the western state of Michoacan. Several homes destroyed and at least 2 people dead. It comes just 3 days after a magnitude 7.6 earthquake hit the same region. And heavy rains triggering flash floods in Spain. Take a look at this. New video shows roads completely submerged about 25 miles outside of Madrid. Cars left trapped in the floodwaters, homes also damaged. The severe rain coming after this summer's historic heat wave across Spain and other parts of Europe. Okay, now to the Americas, and tonight we take you to the Texas border and the SOS coming from local officials. Resources are running out as a large number of migrants make their way to El Paso. The Democratic governor now sending thousands of migrants to other cities as border officials call on Congress to take action. NBC's Julia Ainsley is there.
We're in El Paso, where tonight city officials say their resources are being pushed to the brink by a record number of migrants, averaging over 1,500 illegal border crossings a day in this area. Migrants sleeping on the streets. Now, the city's Democratic mayor taking a page from some Republican governors, sending more than 3,400 migrants on daily buses to cities like New York and Chicago.
We had a huge increase. When you have a huge increase, then you need to continue to adapt.
Though unlike the Republican governors, he's giving cities notice.
Are you getting enough support from the Biden administration?
I've been over to Washington and I've been able to talk to them. And no, the biggest thing we need is decompression.
But Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas taking aim at the governors who are transporting migrants without any notice.
When a governor acts unilaterally and refuses to coordinate with other government officials, that is when problems arise. And that is when we deplore political stuntsmanship, when we're dealing with the lives of vulnerable individuals.
While Republicans blame President Biden's policies, a top administration border official is blaming Congress.
Congress really needs to take action. But I think people across the country should know that it's not chaos here.
Bobby Garcia is a pastor at a local church in El Paso. He and other church leaders have been offering a helping hand the last few days, but admits they need more help.
It's like a glass of water. When it's at capacity, then what happens? It starts spilling out. You know what? And the water's going to make a mess.
Is it time for other cities to share part of that burden?
It's been time, man.
But with Border Patrol and local shelters over capacity, immigration officials here have released nearly 1,300 migrants onto the street in the past 2 weeks. We witnessed roughly 100 being dropped off by the city at a nearby hotel. We met Jenny, who told us she has no money, nothing to eat, and nothing to wear besides the clothes on her back.
What was it?
She is one of so many Venezuelans without family or sponsors to take them in. And we came across these migrants with Border Patrol just after crossing from Mexico.
Who's from Venezuela? Venezuela.
Tonight, many residents telling us the border crisis has become too much to handle.
How do you feel about your mayor sending them on buses to those cities?
Well, kind of sad because I don't know what else he can do, because he can only handle so much.
Tom, as you heard, a lot of residents and community leaders here in El Paso have compassion for these migrants, but they're worried that their city's resources are being stretched. In fact, a lot of them support their mayor here who's sending these migrants to other cities. And unlike Republican governors who are trying to make a political point, he says he's doing this for humanitarian reasons, simply getting these migrants, many of them Venezuelans without a place to stay, to another destination where they could have a hope for a better future.
Julia Ainsley from El Paso tonight for us. Julia, we thank you. Coming up, the Hall of Famer and the welfare scandal. The major update on Brett Favre and that case down in Mississippi. The key government player who just pleaded guilty. What it could mean for Favre going forward.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it. You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, we're back now with the ongoing investigation into the Mississippi welfare spending scandal. You may remember we first brought you this story last week. Part of the case involves former NFL quarterback. Let's go one more time. Sorry, guys. Here we go. All right, we're back now with the ongoing investigation into the Mississippi welfare spending scandal. You may remember we first brought you the story last week. Part of the case involves former NFL quarterback Brett Favre, and now a key figure is pleading guilty to federal fraud charges. John Davis directed the state's welfare agency while it misspent tens of millions of dollars intended to help poor families, instead using the funds for projects including a new volleyball facility Favre had requested. For more on the latest legal development and what it could mean for the Hall of Famer, I want to bring in Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, you've led the reporting for NBC News on this story. So Davis has agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit fraud and theft charges. That together carries a maximum of 15 years in prison. Favre has yet to be charged for his alleged involvement in the scandal, which included securing more than $5 million for a new volleyball facility that benefited his daughter. What does Davis's plea mean really for Favre and the possibility of him facing charges?
This is a big deal, Tom, because John Davis was the director of the welfare agency, and he has not only pleaded guilty, he has agreed to cooperate. And his sentence is going to be contingent on the cooperation that he provides to the FBI and federal authorities. And he was in a lot of meetings with Brett Favre and, of course, his boss, the former Republican governor of Mississippi, Phil Bryant, about these efforts to get Favre this money. And Favre didn't just get the $5 million for the volleyball facility for the university where his daughter was playing volleyball. He also got around $3 million for a drug company in which he was a major investor called Prevacus that was touting a treatment for concussions, which was not approved by the FDA. So Favre is a major player in this scandal. It's not clear what John Davis has to offer about Brett Favre, who has consistently said he didn't know this was welfare money. He did know it was coming from the state welfare agency, Tom, but Favre is saying he did nothing wrong. We'll just have to see where this leads.
Yeah, Brett Favre has denied wrongdoing through his lawyer, saying, as you mentioned, he did not know the state grants came from federal welfare funds, but he's been interviewed by the FBI, right, Ken? So if a federal agency has gone this far to interview him and this key player has just pleaded guilty, do we have any idea where Brett Favre is right now with this investigation and how authorities view him?
This is a fast-moving investigation. Right now, we have no indication that Favre is a target. The FBI did interview him a while ago, we learned. But at the same time, we just saw text messages that show that Favre was deeply involved in pressuring the governor and trying to get this money, and that he knew it came from the state welfare agency. So it's reasonable to assume that the FBI is going to want to talk to him about that, and particularly when they hear what John Davis has to say about those meetings. There's no doubt that Brett Favre is a key figure in this whole affair. Whether he has criminal culpability is an open question. Obviously, he insists he does not.
So you have Davis, who pleaded guilty. He directed that welfare agency. You have Brett Favre here, who we know the FBI spoke to. But then you also have the governor at the time, Phil Bryant. Do we have any idea about his involvement, and could he possibly be the next domino to fall?
Look, so Bryant has obviously denied wrongdoing, but a lot of legal analysts are looking at today's developments and saying this plea deal for the welfare director is bad news for the former governor, because when federal investigators flip a witness, the idea usually is they're looking for information about the next person higher on the food chain. Well, the only person higher than John Davis, the director of the Mississippi Welfare Agency, is former Governor Phil Bryant. And there are text messages that show that Bryant was heavily involved in trying to channel this welfare money. Now, he insists he didn't know it came from the federal welfare fund, but he knew it came from the Department of Human Services, which is the anti-poverty agency in Mississippi. So a lot of questions remaining about Phil Bryant's role in all of this, and what John Davis, the welfare director who pleaded guilty today, has to say about it. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Ken, I know you and your team will stay on top of all of it. And coming up on Top Story, a father's desperate search for a life-saving surgery for his daughter, the emotional cross-country trip to save her life.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Finally tonight, crossing the country for a cure. A father from New York flying coast to coast to help his daughter get a life-saving surgery. That father now sharing his story and thanking the doctor who told him to take a chance.
In late 2020, the Grajales family from New York faced a startling diagnosis. Their daughter, Haley, had an AVM, a tangle of blood vessels in her brain, and one had burst, requiring emergency surgery.
So she was at risk the whole entire time after that procedure was done to have another rupture.
With the risk of another rupture high, Dad Andres did his own research to find a specialist neurosurgeon. He found one. The problem? The doctor was thousands of miles away in the Bay Area.
They wanted to get their child cured as soon as possible.
That neurosurgeon, Dr. Adib Abla at UCSF Health.
We got on a Zoom call with him. And right away, he gave us the confidence to say, you know, what are you waiting for? I'm here. Come.
So without a surgery scheduled, without knowing if insurance would even pay, Haley's family flew from New York to San Francisco to see Dr. Abla.
You ready for this? You ready?
That cross-country trip paying off. The surgery was a success. And now more than a year later, Haley and her dad flying across the country again.
Remember when we first came?
Participating in the Aneurysm and AVM Foundation Walk.
The view is so pretty here.
Yeah.
Sharing their story.
It was very scary when it ruptured.
And reuniting with a doctor who told them to take a chance and help save Haley's life.
It's crazy. I don't even know how to put it in words, but I'm grateful for him.
It is a great amount of satisfaction to know that we do have the capabilities and the personnel and the expertise here to tackle cases that aren't being tackled elsewhere.
And we want to thank our NBC station in the Bay Area for their help on that story. We also want to thank you for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Hello there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's good to be with you on this Thursday, September 22nd, and here's some of what we're talking about tonight.
Make sure that you check on your families, loved ones, and neighbors to ensure that they all have what they need. I will see you on the other side.
Bermuda is bracing for Hurricane Fiona to hit tonight. Many people in Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic remain without power or running water. You'll hear from someone helping with the cleanup next. Western diplomats are demanding that Russia end the war in Ukraine. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called Russia out today at the UN.
If Russia stops fighting, the war ends. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends.
Also, what was it like in Kabul as the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan? We'll explore a new documentary that captures the horror and confusion on the front lines.
They're doing outer security, we're doing inner security, holding the gate. The Taliban are there with the people. The dynamic was changing right before our eyes.
And Fashion Week is nothing new to New York, but a fashion week focused on South Asian designers is. We'll take you to the runway in tonight's feature report.
More than 3 million people in Puerto Rico are still picking up the pieces after Hurricane Fiona. Many are doing it without power or running water. So far, we've confirmed 8 deaths there in the wake of this storm. An excessive heat warning was in place today for the island. The heat index rose as high as 114 degrees. That's making it harder to get power back to much of Puerto Rico. Today, FEMA briefed President Biden on the situation.
I'm here because we're laser focused on what's happening to the people of Puerto Rico again. We're surging federal resources to Puerto Rico, and we'll do everything we can to meet the urgent needs you have, and we know they're real and they're significant.
The damage did not end after Fiona passed through. This morning, a rock slide blocked a road in Bayamon, which is a suburb of San Juan. This failing critical infrastructure is making it harder to help rural Puerto Rico. Meanwhile, the Dominican Republic is also dealing with some catastrophic damage. More than 725,000 people there are without running water. 210,000 do not have power. And tonight, forecasters expect Hurricane Fiona's eye to pass very close to Bermuda. The Minister of National Security, Michael Weeks, warned Bermudians to get ready right away.
Please stay safe. Please make sure that you have finalized your preparations, and make sure that you check on your families, loved ones, and neighbors to ensure that they all have what they need.
Joining us now is Gustavo Diaz-Scoff, founder of the business and startup publication Join-Based. He lives in Puerto Rico and has helped clean up from Fiona and from Hurricane Maria 5 years ago. Welcome to the program. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Joshua, and thank you for the time here.
Tell us about what it's like these last few days. How are people getting by? What are people doing to just try to kind of manage the aftermath of Fiona?
I think everyone just woke up back in a nightmare that we don't want to relive and revisit. I think that, as we've all heard, there's a heat wave, there's no power, there's no water. It's hard to sleep, it's hard to keep focus, and at least we're just trying to do what we can. A lot of young people are taking to the streets. A lot of young founders and leaders are not waiting for aid or for philanthropic dollars or efforts to arrive. They're taking it into their own hands and going to where the problems need to be solved.
What about food? How are people getting by in terms of just having enough to eat from day to day until they are able to get power and water and everything else back online? How are people feeding themselves?
Right now, because there's no power, it's hard to even process and use an ATM or an ATM system. We just came back down from Adjuntas, from the central mountain range, and everything has to be cash, and you can only transact if there's even food. I think as of today, the supermarkets have indicated that they might be doing some closing because they're running out of fuel to keep their doors open. So we will be seeing additional scarcity in the upcoming days if we don't get it fixed.
Talk about the situation with Hurricane Maria 5 years ago compared to Hurricane Fiona. Puerto Rico's governor, Pedro Pierluisi, spoke to NBC's Kristen Welker today in terms of how the Puerto Rican government is handling this hurricane. Here is part of what he said. Watch.
The reality is that whenever a hurricane hits any jurisdiction, you get a blackout. The question becomes how long it'll take you to restore the service. It's been 3 days since the brunt of this storm left Puerto Rico, stopped impacting Puerto Rico, and we're not where we want to be. But as I said, the majority of the customers should be getting their service before the end of the day. And it should continue to increase.
So to hear Governor Pierluisi say it, things are starting to get back to normal with power. It was not that way in Hurricane Maria, but how do you see the comparison from then to now?
I think it's important to highlight that we've gone through a once-in-a-century hurricane, once-in-a-century pandemic, once-in-a-century earthquake, and now once-in-a-century flooding caused by Hurricane Fiona. Yes, there's 38% of the constituents on the island have power, and 73% have water. Now, metrics of power and water and who has them is not really what's at stake. It's how are we feeding them? How are we saving our crops? And why, as young people, have to go out there and try to solve this and fix this? Back in Maria, there was no telecommunications. So one of the first things that I did, we rallied up a bunch of friends, and within 10 days, we had more than 200 volunteers that single-handedly went to every single mayor, knock on their doors, and gather the last mile intelligence data of the damage and the impact. In some instances, we did it before the federal, before the state, and before the military. That's not the case right now. We can see through social media, we can communicate where the damages are, and those groups of volunteers, of citizens that are concerned and want to help out, are mobilizing much quicker, most faster, and going in and day out from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
What is your sense of, and I don't want to ask you to read people's minds, but just the mood as you've noticed it from people just in your neighborhood, just near you, in terms of how, yeah, I know. It sounds like a goofy question every time someone asks, like, how are people feeling? But I am both heartbroken for what Puerto Ricans on the island have to deal with, and also amazed at the resilience, but then you kind of have no choice but to be resilient, right? In that kind of situation, you can't just flop over and die, because you have to try to take care of yourself and your family. But from your point of view, like, how are people doing from day to day?
I think that every single time you say the word resilient, we get more pissed off. It's been 5 years. We shouldn't do that.
That's very fair, and I'm sorry, but you're right. I understand why, though. I totally get why. I get why.
But to give the context is, we've gone through 5 years of hurricane after damage, after emergency. It's tough. It's tough surviving. People are tired. Some people are, we broke down like 3 times today, thinking it's like, do we want to leave? Do we want to stay? What do we do? Where is our heart going? And what are we going to do about it? And at the same time, it's a matter of, do we really need to be resilient? What's at stake? Is it going to take us 5 more years? And as a young person, that I really want to lose a decade of my life? And that goes back to every single student from 4 to 18 who has lost millions of hours of education, who has lost access to their 2 meals a day that they get from the public school service. It's a question of, do we stay, do we leave, and do we really want to continue enduring? And it's a question that I really can't answer, but hopefully it can convey the feeling of being pissed off.
I know I'm out of time, but can I just ask? Don't say it, because we'll know it, and I know some of us will hear it. I'm out of time, man. I know I got to let you go, but just really, really fast, what's the biggest thing that needs to happen to keep you and other young Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico as opposed to leaving for somewhere else? Very briefly.
We need the resources, we need talent, we need capital, we need philanthropic dollars, but not philanthropic dollars to open the space for vulture capital to come in. We need the philanthropic dollars to build financially, environmental, and socially sustainable ventures that when there is a next emergency, we can respond and we can be conscious of how we're doing with the people around us and everyone that is part of this community. We cannot depend on philanthropy nor government aid. And that's something that we're seeing with more social media, with access to the communications, to see and audit the finances of companies. We can now see who's really doing the job and who's not.
Gustavo Diaz-Scoff, you've made me think about the word resilient in a different way now. I appreciate your honesty. I'm really sorry for what you have to deal with, but I'm really glad that you came on with us tonight to tell your story. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. Buenas noches.
Hurricane Fiona could end up in Canada now. Some forecasts show it making landfall near Halifax, Nova Scotia this weekend. Let's continue with the forecast from NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. Hey, Bill.
Joshua, Bermuda's as close as it's going to get right now to Fiona, so it's kind of like a glancing blow scenario. And then tomorrow night in through Saturday morning, look out in the Canadian Maritimes. They're going to have a storm, maybe one of the storm of record. It could be that bad. It could be worse than Juan and some of the other hurricanes they've dealt with in decades past. So first off, the latest with the storm, it's starting to accelerate. It's starting to move a lot more quicker now, about 20 miles per hour. So we're going to get this out of Bermuda's hair pretty quickly. It has squally type weather. They'll will get some tropical storm force gusts. Do not expect a lot of damage. Pictures out of Bermuda tomorrow. There'll probably be some minor flooding from some rain. So that's as we go throughout tonight. It also should weaken from a Category 4 down to a Category 3 as it begins to move over some cooler water. Huge waves for the East Coast. The swells are already arrived. The rip current threats there from the beaches from South Carolina all the way northwards up to Maine. So again, if you're going to be anywhere near the water, it's unusually dangerous. And you'll see those big sets coming in from the hurricane. Now, as the impact time goes, Friday night into Saturday, that's when we take the storm over eastern Nova Scotia, almost over the top of Prince Edward Island, and this is Newfoundland here. If you're wondering about populations, about 1 million people live on Nova Scotia, about 500,000 people live in Newfoundland. Halifax is the biggest city with 500,000 people, and they're going to get hit by this, but not directly. They were hit directly by Hurricane Juan, and that's their storm of record. This one should not be quite as bad for Halifax, but areas to their east, it is going to be really nasty. So here's one of our computer models that's predicting what the highest winds will. Look at this at Sable Island, 127 miles per hour. Again, that's out over the ocean, but 97 miles per hour, 71. This is at 2 a.m. Saturday. And then as we fast forward this through Saturday morning, notice we have 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts all the way back here towards New Brunswick. Even in Maine, we can get some gusts to 40 miles per hour. This is going to be a huge storm throughout this region. And we're also, of course, watching other areas in the Atlantic. This one in the Caribbean is what we're watching the closest. This is the one that has the chance to go into the Gulf in the days ahead. Chance of development is about 90% with this one, Joshua. Again, we don't know exactly if it's Florida or Louisiana or Mexico or even Cuba, but we'll keep a close eye on it. It hasn't even formed yet.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on that and the Atlantic provinces in Canada. Thank you, Bill. That's NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns with the latest forecast. Still to come, an update on the war in Ukraine. We'll take you inside a bombed-out church that Ukrainians recently took back from Russian forces. And later, what really happened during last year's evacuations from Kabul? A new documentary features people who were there, including the Taliban. The film's director joins us ahead. We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is calling for 300,000 more troops in Ukraine. That's not being received well, especially among military-age men. Mass protests broke out overnight in Russia. Independent monitors say police detained more than 1,300 people. Others are trying to get out of Russia in hopes of avoiding getting drafted. Meanwhile, Ukraine says it reclaimed 3,000 square miles of territory from Russian forces. The reclaimed land includes a small church in Kharkiv. Russians had turned it into a staging area and a field hospital. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin takes us inside.
Russian soldiers were using this church as a staging area as well as a field hospital. And looking around, you definitely get a sense of just how quickly the Russians had to flee this area as a result of Ukraine's successful counteroffensive in the Kharkiv region. They've left behind stretchers, medicine, trays of blood, even rotting food, uniforms, boxes of ammunition. Ukrainian troops telling me that the level of equipment that they were able to recover when the Russians left was incredible. Now, I asked them for their reaction to Russian President Vladimir Putin's most recent announcement that he's calling up some 300,000 reservists. They're telling me that that is going to make no difference in their eyes to this fight, because what they have that Russian soldiers seem to lack is the will to fight for their country. Take a listen.
It's just fresh meat for us.
Yeah. Why do you see them as fresh meat?
A lot of people on the war, without good preparing, without good equipment, without good management, without good intelligence, it's just wages. So, because I say it, it's just a lot bodies to their mothers. So it's sad, but it's sad first of all for Russian people. They will die for nothing, I think.
The British Ministry of Defense has put out its assessment of President Putin's announcement decision to call up additional reservists, saying that the Russians are likely going to have logistics and administrative challenges calling up that many reservists, calling it a sign of Russia's inability to be able to get volunteers to join the fight on the front lines. Back to you.
That was NBC's Aaron McLaughlin reporting from Kharkiv. The war in Ukraine was a tense topic at the United Nations today, as you might expect. Western diplomats denounced Russia during the Security Council meeting. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was among them.
President Putin has doubled down, choosing not to end the war, but to expand it, not to pull troops back, but to call 300,000 additional troops up, not to ease tensions, but to escalate them through the threat of nuclear weapons, not to work toward a diplomatic solution.
Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov was not in the room during that speech. He showed up later to try and justify this war, then left once the criticism started again.
Because the United States and their allies, with the connivance of international human rights institutes, have been covering up the crimes of the Kiev regime based on the policy of Zelensky might be a bastard, but he's our bastard.
Let's discuss all this with our national security and international affairs analyst, Michael McFaul. He is a former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Ambassador, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Thanks for having me back.
I wonder what you make of Sergei Lavrov at the Security Council meeting today. Didn't really surprise me in a way. One U.S. official told us that it was a sign of weakness that he only showed up for his own speech and then kind of cut out after that when the criticism started back up. But I'm not sure that there was any reason for him to sit through the whole Security Council meeting, especially when it's kind of made clear that there's not much it can do to kind of rein Russia in through the Security Council's normal channels. But what do you make of how today went?
Well, of course, that's the paradox of the Security Council. It was created in 1945 to stop wars of annexation and imperialism. After World War II, they all agreed we had to have some rules of the game where the great powers would prevent that. And there have been some instances of annexation during the Cold War and after, but minor compared to World War II, nothing compared to what Russia is doing today in Ukraine. And that's why Mr. Zelensky in his speech and other Ukrainians have said Russia needs to be kicked out of the Security Council because they're not adhering to what the organization was created to address in the first place.
Let me get a bit more into what some of the Western diplomats said about Russia. You're going to hear from James Cleverly, who is the UK Foreign Minister, Antonio Guterres, who is the Secretary General of the UN, and then again from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Listen.
Today, I have listened to further installments of Russia's catalogues of distortions, dishonesty, and disinformation.
The reports are a catalogue of cruelty, summary execution, sexual violence, torture, and other inhumane and degrading treatment against civilians and prisoners of war.
The very international order that we have gathered here to uphold is being shredded before our eyes. We cannot, we will not allow President Putin to get away with it.
Two things that I would zero in on. One from Secretary Cleverly, who referred to Russia's catalogs of distortions, dishonesty, and disinformation, which echoed some of the distortions and disinformation from what Vladimir Putin said in his state address yesterday. But then also what Secretary Blinken said, we will not allow President Putin to get away with it. How? What would they do to prevent Putin from getting away with it?
Well, I think they have to stay the course of their policy. Strengthening NATO around the borders to make sure that this war does not bleed in and influence or attack any of our allies, number one. Number two, providing the military assistance that Ukraine needs to push Putin's army out of their country. That's how you don't let them get away with it. And three, imposing sanctions to stop Putin's war machine. And I think that needs to be the next move for the West. You've heard some great words. I applaud what President Biden said yesterday. I applaud what Secretary Blinken said today. They were forceful, great speeches. But now if Putin goes through with these referenda that he's threatening and annexing more Ukrainian territory, violating one of the fundamental norms of this rules-based international system that both the President and Secretary of State talked about, you need to back up your words with actions. And I think that means they need to have more new comprehensive sanctions in addition to the military assistance they're already providing.
I wonder how you see the role of China in all of this, because China didn't come straight out and condemn what was happening between Russia and Ukraine. It called for talks to resume, but it sort of created this equivalency, right? Saying things like the reasonable security concerns of all countries should be taken seriously. All countries, presumably meaning Russia as well as Ukraine. Like, it feels like it's the West versus Russia, but China's a player in there too, and the West has its own drama with China. So how does that factor in?
Well, I think if you're Vladimir Putin, you're really disappointed with those words, right? Because when you hear him speak, China's supposedly their closest ally and partner. He would like them to be a military alliance. They're not that, but they're a close partner. They have been. He's met with Xi Jinping 50 times, I think, or so. And yet, when they met in Samarkand last week at a summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, he didn't get that full-throated support that the NATO allies, and you just played some clips of them, are giving to Ukraine. So he's not getting from his team what Zelensky is getting from his team, and that's got to be deeply disappointing for him. It's better that they're neutral, of course, but but nobody would expect them to support the West in this. But that they are not backing him, I think, is a sign that they don't like a loser, right? Putin is losing in Ukraine, and nobody wants to rally behind that right now.
Briefly, before I got to let you go, we've got this protest in the streets in Russia right now. We've got increasing diplomatic pressure. The Ukrainian military appears to be making some significant gains, though what that will mean for the war remains to be seen. What's the next turning point that you're keeping an eye out for in terms of the next opportunity for the international community to influence what's happening on the ground?
Well, first, I'm watching what's happening on the streets of Russia. These are the biggest demonstrations you've seen there since February, since the beginning of the war. And that's because now the war, which was supposed to be something that didn't involve everybody, is going to involve everybody because of this mobilization. And second, I'm watching the other front that we haven't been talking a lot about in Kherson, in the south. We've all been talking about Kharkiv and the great, fantastic breakthroughs there. Will the Ukrainians achieve the same in the south? That's what I think we should be watching for in the coming weeks.
NBC News analyst Michael McFaul. Ambassador, always good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
It's been more than a year since the U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan. Now we have a horrific new look at what happened on the ground. The director of the documentary Escape from Kabul joins us just ahead. Stay close.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers. Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's been a little over a year since the U.S. withdrew troops from Afghanistan. Last summer, the Taliban gave the United States an August 31st deadline to leave, and the Biden administration kept to that. But only after overseeing a chaotic evacuation at the Kabul airport. At the time, Kabul was the only secure route out of the country. Tens of thousands of Afghans flooded the airfield, desperate to leave. Now, we're getting an up-close account of the chaos.
They kind of made it sound like, oh, it's going to be quick and simple. We're going to be in and out. But that didn't happen here.
You need to back up. Push back. Push back. Push back.
HBO documentary film Escape from Kabul traces those final days. Filmmakers spoke to U.S. Marines, the Taliban, Afghans who made it out, and those who were left behind. Joining us now is Jamie Roberts, the director and producer of Escape from Kabul. Mr. Roberts, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
I watched the documentary today, and I have to admit, I'm still kind of shook by it. I am still kind of horrified and windblown and shocked and overwhelmed, and I kind of just came away from it like, damn, that was a lot. I don't even know how to process what I saw in the documentary. Is that kind of what you were going for is just the viscerality of what happened in those days in Afghanistan?
Yeah, I suppose we wanted to communicate what happened, and after working on this for a year, really putting it together, I was watching it again myself yesterday, and it is a visceral story. You know, it's a really it's an affecting story. It's a human story. I think the story of the Marines, but especially the Afghans that tried to leave, and the Afghans that are trapped in Afghanistan, you know, you can't help but be affected by it. It's a powerful story. You know, there's many deaths that occur. There's a lot of hardship, and the situation is still difficult in Afghanistan. So it's not an easy watch.
One of the things that makes the film such a difficult story to watch is that you have interviews with Marines and Afghans and even Taliban fighters, people who were there. Why did they want to be a part of telling this story? Was it just to gloat over the fact that they prevailed, or was there more to it than that?
I think that for them, this was a historic moment, just as it was for us in Britain and in the US. This was a 20-year conflict that came to a close. They saw it as a victory. But I think as rather more than gloating, I think that they wanted to explain, you know, I sat down with them, and it took a long time. Our team negotiated with various fighters and commanders, and it wasn't so much about gloating, but it was about this was a historical moment that they were part of, and we were going to film with the Marines and other people that were there, and we wanted to hear their perspective because they were important players in this. And we wondered, you know, what was going through their minds on the other side of the barbed wire when the Marines were looking at them, and I think they understood and were interested in putting their points forward. And they took a long time to convince. There was a decree that they shouldn't speak to the Western media, people that weren't spokespeople, but I think that they're not a unified force, and I'm happy that they did speak to us because I think it's informative. And I know the Marines were interested in what their opposite number were thinking. And I think when I say it's a difficult watch, the film is it's a difficult story, but because it is so kind of gripping and dramatic, it actually does draw you in. So it's an action-filled film with difficult subject matter at its core.
I have Marines in my family, including some who served in Afghanistan. I have Army in my family who served in Afghanistan, and I think this movie made me respect the United States Marine Corps more and hate the Taliban more, quite frankly. And particularly one exchange, which we'll play a clip of, in which they talked about having to deal directly with their opposite number, working with the Taliban to try to keep that human exodus from Kabul as orderly as possible. Here's a clip from Escape from Kabul where they describe that experience. Watch.
A deal with the Taliban had been struck. So we had this weird quasi-peace with these guys.
They're doing outer security, we're doing inner security, holding the gate. The Taliban are there with the people. The dynamic was changing right before our eyes.
It blew my mind, you know, they told us, you know, they're gonna help us with crowd control. And we're like, what do you mean? What do you mean we're working with the Taliban? Like, I couldn't believe it.
I think one of the things that this film provided me, and tell me if this was your intention, but I never had an idea of just how much of a goat rodeo this was on the ground outside the airport. This was a nightmare on top of a disaster, on top of a crisis, on top of a horror film. And seeing it up close just gives me a whole different perspective for how very gruesome it was.
Yeah, that's a great description. And I think that clip that you played there, when the Marines talk about change happening right in their front of their eyes. I mean, Richard Ella, one of the lead Marines there, you know, he'd served in Afghanistan along with his gunner Callan, his right-hand man, and they were there. And all of a sudden, this day, everything changed. The day before, they did shooting at the Taliban. There was a gunfight with the Taliban, and then an order comes down. All of a sudden, you've got to work with these guys, and they're looking over the gates and thinking, how do we do this? You know, we've been at war with these guys for 20 years. They've killed our colleagues, our friends, and but yeah, the kind of chaos is it's one thing after another after another. I mean, the film opens and the Marines land, and then quite quickly they've got to deal with Taliban come into the city. All of these people flood to the airport. And then they've got to try and somehow maintain the airport, keep control of the people. You've got an ISIS suicide bomb. Humanitarian crisis is playing out. Their numbers aren't. They needed more equipment. They didn't have all their numbers. It was a really difficult situation they were put in. I mean, it's credit to them that they managed to do what they did and kind of work in the moment as they did, but they were put in a very, very difficult situation.
One thing I would ask you before I have to let you go is I came away from the film not knowing what to do with what I felt. I mean, I just came away feeling pissed. I mean, there's a shot in the film of the C-17 taking off with people sitting on the wheel well, and you see a human being fall from the sky off the C-17. I hate to give that away, but I think it's incumbent for people who are thinking to watch this that there is amazingly grisly stuff in this film. And I kind of came away from, but true things that happened. And I came away from it just feeling like, God damn it, I don't know what to do now that I've seen this. I don't know what to do with anything I'm feeling, thinking, anything I've learned other than just sit with it and be mad. What am I supposed to come away from this film with? I don't know what to do with what you've shown me.
I think first off, a lot of people will be glad that you just feel that and you've seen that, because a lot of people that were there feel that that story hasn't been heard. I know the US Marines really felt that they went and did this, and really outside of the military, not many people really know quite how bad in the situation they were put in, and they're pissed off that happened. And then you've got Afghans that are stuck in Afghanistan and have left, and they want people to know this story. I think beyond that, there's also just we have NATO, US. We've had a major part in Afghanistan for the last 20 years. Now we've just left. We don't even have embassies there. And we have a responsibility to at least think about what happens next with Afghanistan. Do we want to be part of that? And if not, then it should be at our peril, because now the Taliban are in complete control. As we see in the film, women don't have a look at a seat at the table when it comes to education and work opportunities. Are we just going to leave it to the Taliban's devices, or do we want to have some kind of influence there? And I think that a lot of people that know about that have worked in Afghanistan say that we should have influence there. We should try and somehow work to make the situation better, because it has been such a part of our collective history.
Jamie Roberts, his documentary Escape from Kabul is streaming on HBO Max. Fair warning, it is a very hard movie to watch, but it is worth watching if you can. Mr. Roberts, I appreciate you making time for us tonight. Thank you very much. Tonight's headlines are next.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight's headlines begin with a fugitive in custody, a former military contractor known as Fat Leonard. He spent weeks on the run, but Leonard Glenn Francis has been caught. Authorities in Venezuela got him yesterday at an airport. He was reportedly on his way to Russia. Back in 2015, Mr. Francis pled guilty to bribing U.S. Navy officials. Prosecutors say he overcharged the military more than $35 million. He had been in San Diego on house arrest, but weeks before his sentencing, he cut his ankle monitor off. Leonard Francis will remain in Venezuelan custody while officials work out his extradition to the U.S. A bill to strengthen the rules for presidential elections passed the U.S. House today. The Presidential Election Reform Act passed almost entirely on party lines. Only a handful of Republican members supported it. A similar bill is waiting in the Senate. NBC Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has more. Hey, Ali.
Joshua, Congress still looking to move on election reforms. On the Senate side of this equation, it's the result of months of bipartisan negotiating. People like Senator Susan Collins and Joe Manchin leading their colleagues in conversations with election experts and constitutional scholars, trying to figure out the best and most agreeable way to move forward on reforms to the Electoral Count Act. On the House side of this, two members of the January 6th committee leading that charge, Zoe Lofgren and Liz Cheney. That bill passed the House yesterday, and notably, all of the Republicans who voted for it, none of them are coming back to Congress next session. And when you look at what's actually in this bill, it sort of tells the story as to why. Many of the things that are in both the House and Senate bills, frankly, the entire reason they are going about this push is because of what happened on January 6th, trying to make changes to the threshold that's necessary to actually object to election results. Also making clear that the vice president's role in certifying those election results is ministerial, it's ceremonial. Of course, that's something that Mike Pence believed in real time, but something that Trump and his allies tried to take advantage of as they were trying to figure out ways to overturn the election results. So certainly that tells a larger story of what it's like to be a Republican in this Congress in 2022. But the larger question here looming over this is what it will take to actually get this passed, reconciling some key differences between the House version and the Senate version. Right now, people who are close to these negotiations tell me they're confident that they can get it done as more Republicans keep coming to the table saying that on the Senate side of this equation, they're going to have the votes that they need to pass it. Now it's just a question of what the final text here actually looks like. Joshua.
Thank you, Ali. That's NBC's Ali Vitale reporting from Capitol Hill. Abortion access is legal again in Indiana, at least for now. Today, a judge temporarily blocked that state's ban just a week after it took effect. Abortion providers are suing to stop the ban. The judge ruled that there's a reasonable likelihood that the ban violates Indiana's constitution. After the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, Indiana was the first state to pass sweeping abortion legislation. The measure bans most abortions from conception. Today's injunction allows Indianans to seek abortions up to 20 weeks after fertilization. Indiana's Attorney General says his office plans to appeal this ruling. The CDC is tracking a spike in some sexually transmitted diseases. Preliminary data from last year show syphilis cases increased by 26%. They reached their highest level since the 40s. Back in the 90s, the CDC had hoped to eliminate syphilis from the U.S. completely. HIV infections are rising too. They're up 16% last year. What's behind these increases and what can be done about it? Joining us now is David C. Harvey, the executive director of the National Coalition of STD Directors. Mr. Harvey, welcome. Good to have you on.
Well, thank you for having me, Joshua. Good night.
You have said that this STD situation was, in your words, out of control. Why is it out of control? What's behind these increases?
Well, we unfortunately have an out-of-control STI epidemic in America. This was the situation long before COVID. COVID made it worse. Monkeypox has made it worse. And we have a perfect storm of factors that is driving this epidemic. A lack of awareness, a lack of funding, falling condom use, and an intersection with substance abuse. So this perfect storm has really come together at this time to drive record high STI rates, unfortunately.
Are there certain groups or demographics where this is hitting the hardest? I wonder if, for example, things like rising drug use, that is different in different populations. We know there's been an increase in use of fentanyl and oxycodone and other such drugs in parts of the Midwest among especially younger white males. Are there certain demographics where some of these STD outbreaks are the most worrisome?
Yeah, unfortunately, there is an intersection between all these issues. In public health, we call this syndemics, which is why we need a new approach to tackling these issues where we bring together various funding streams and tackle this in a syndemic approach. But STI rates, unfortunately, are very tied to social disparities in this country that we know a lot about. There are more cases in the South. There are more cases among communities of color, African Americans, the Latino community. Women bear a disproportionate negative consequence of health outcomes from having an STI. And gay men and other men who have sex with men disproportionately bear the burden of this epidemic as well. So we've seen this data in the COVID pandemic. And these were trends long evident prior to COVID, when we've been looking specifically at STI numbers in America.
I wonder if there's more in terms of how we view these numbers. I mean, the fact that we're seeing more cases, I wonder if that means that more people are kind of under surveillance for this in kind of a self-reporting way. It's almost like when we began to see an increase in reports of anxiety and depression among teens and young adults, no one wants them to deal with that. But the fact that they're even aware of it enough to say, I think I might be suffering from depression, is kind of a positive first step in terms of dealing with it. Is there anything positive in this increase, that maybe the way we're engaging certain communities to even ask to be tested is getting better?
Well, it's a mixed track record. On the whole, I would say there's not a lot of good news here. I mean, when you look at the variations in the data among specific sexually transmitted infections, the biggest shocking increase is in syphilis rates. Much smaller increases in gonorrhea and chlamydia. The HIV number is very disturbing, particularly because there is a massive End HIV campaign going on in the United States, and Congress has allocated a lot of new funding for that initiative. So that number is very concerning and disturbing from last year. But overall, this is, as I've already mentioned, a perfect storm related to this data. And we have a lot to do to tackle this problem, starting with better funding the STI system in America, which has been starved for resources for well over a decade or longer. Unfortunately, today, monkeypox is straining this system even further. It's making the STI epidemic even further because it's disrupting STI care and treatment. STI clinics specifically are really strained under trying to respond to monkeypox and also deal with sexually transmitted infections. So to answer your original question about, are we testing more? Are we identifying more cases? There's a mixed track record on that. In some cases, we are testing more. That's a good thing. We're identifying more disease. That drives up the numbers. But the bottom line take-home message is that there is an outright increase in the numbers separate from that factor related to increased testing. This is proportionally among the U.S. population, just a huge problem.
Yeah, I certainly hope that we're able to close that gap, particularly among communities of color, disenfranchised communities that just need, people who, we got to take care of the people who we are close to and the people who matter to us in every way. David Harvey, the Executive Director of the National Coalition of STD Directors, I appreciate you coming on to talk with us about this for a little while. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
New York Fashion Week captivates the design world every year, and now a new event features designers who don't often get seen. Our feature report on South Asian Fashion Week before we go.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Perhaps you've heard of New York Fashion Week. It has been a major draw for designers around the globe since it began back in 1943. Well, this year, a new fashion week was born, but its runways feature the works of South Asian designers expressing their cultures to the world. NBC's Vicki Wynn has tonight's feature report.
So I think in terms of designs, the intricacy of beading, the different fabrics that you can use and stitch together, it's just such a beautiful, colorful culture that we have.
Every fall, designers from around the globe come to New York City to showcase their latest work. This year, there was a new focus on a specific group of talent, a first-of-its-kind one-week event, South Asian New York Fashion Week.
I realized how much of an impact our culture, our fashion, and just our world has in the mainstream world. But I just thought around that time that it would be so cool to have a South Asian division for New York Fashion Week.
Founders Shipra and Hathel worked tirelessly to bring this event to life.
Because our fashion community, just our overall culture is just so immersive and it's huge. It has, we have billions of individuals in our community, all across the globe. So I knew it was going to be big.
South Asia is made up of 8 countries, each with a variety of cultures and their own distinct and eye-catching fashion.
We've done shows everywhere, all around the globe, in Asia, Europe, and America, North America. This one, I think, is the most important so far, and the one I'm most excited about.
Nomi Ansari is a Pakistani designer best known for his use of vibrant colors and intricate embroidery. He's one of 2 headliners for South Asian New York Fashion Week.
We're showcasing a whole new line, a whole new range of wedding wear, and weddings are very big in Pakistan, in India. South Asia, I think, is the biggest festival. You're going to see a kaleidoscope of colors in terms of fabrications, the weaves, the brocades we make, the embellishments, our hand embroideries, the detailing. Each and every knot has a story to tell. I think I see South Asian fashion on any runway of the world. It could be Milan, it could be Paris, it could be Tokyo or Hong Kong. And this is something, I mean, this community is so strong. We're all over, we're everywhere. It's just that this is the first opportunity that we've gotten, and it had to start, and it just started. So it's going to go really big in future.
And established names like Nomi weren't the only ones displaying their work. Roughly a dozen emerging South Asian designers were invited to show off their pieces.
I'm showcasing my brand called Thai, and Thai is mostly about upcycling Kanchipuram silks and bringing it to a global audience. South Asians especially come from a rich cultural heritage of fashion. We've always been pioneers in fashion, but it's not been out there. So I feel this kind of event really amplifies that, and it needs to tell people the story because people are willing to listen.
I'd seen all the pictures of Fashion Week, and they said, one day, if we went to Fashion Week, how amazing would that be? Being able to do that as a brand that's just coming up, being able to come to a venue like this, being able to showcase our designs, I don't think there's another opportunity like that for us.
But the path to get here wasn't easy.
It took me 9 years of just pitching this to people and everyone saying, no, I don't think this is it. There's no interest. South Asian culture is not that prominent here.
In America, I think we've always felt like there was no interest in us, or there was no buy-in, or like there was just no significance of being here, which is really saddening and disheartening.
Shipra and Hathel say the rise of South Asian representation in mainstream media helped South Asian New York Fashion Week become a reality, specifically through shows like Never Have I Ever and Bridgerton.
That representation really helped people not in our community who come from the Fashion Week world understand that we have a lot to provide in this space, and we have great stories, we have great, our culture is beautiful and it's loud and vibrant, and it can do, so much for so many people, and that really, really helped us get the attention that we needed.
South Asian fashion executives like Teen Vogue editor-in-chief Varsha Sharma helped pave the way for that attention.
We are at this critical turning point where we have such incredible momentum in the fashion community and among South Asian creatives and designers that to really capitalize on that momentum and keep it going and to push it even further and further into the mainstream, that requires community.
And to flow into that mainstream, Varsha, Shipra, and Hathel just announced the creation of a South Asian Fashion Council.
We want this to be a years-long initiative that succeeds in supporting designers and giving them the resources that they need and connecting them with the right industry people and helping them grow their business.
The goal of this is to make it something bigger than us. Like tomorrow, Shipper and I will go away. There will be other people that will spearheading this, and that's what we want. We want it to have a legacy and for it to continue for years and years and years.
That was NBC's Vicky Nguyen reporting with our producers Ruti Venkatesan and Javeria Khan and our editor David Hall. I'd love to hear from you on this or anything we covered tonight. We're at NBC Now Tonight on social media. Call us at 888-575-2NBC or email nowtonight@nbcnews.com. Until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. Thanks for making time for us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Tonight, the growing hurricane threat, Fiona barreling towards Bermuda as a monster Category 4 storm. The island bracing for what could be a dangerous night after the storm's deadly march through the Caribbean. In Puerto Rico, homes knocked off their foundation, landslides shutting down roads. Tens of thousands of customers still without power there and in the Dominican Republic. Plus, is another major storm system following right behind. Al Roker is here tonight. Also, the new reporting on that group of migrants flown to Martha's Vineyard by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. What we're now learning about the private air charter company paid $615,000 to fly them. Did that company go out and recruit the migrants from Texas? Also, former President Trump defending the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago. Trump saying the President of the United States can declassify anything by, quote, even thinking about it. The response tonight from the court. First-class attack, the American Airlines passenger caught on camera punching a flight attendant from behind. The erratic behavior that reportedly led up to that mid-air assault. Dangerous diet, influencers and celebrities using the diabetes drug Ozempic to shed pounds. The latest weight loss craze, but is it safe? And bystander backup. How a group of Good Samaritans saved a police officer during a violent traffic stop. Top story starts right now. And good evening. Tonight we start with that trouble in the tropics. All eyes on a new storm system that could impact the U.S. and it would follow right behind Hurricane Fiona. Take a look. The new video showing the eye of Fiona, the Category 4 storm nearing Bermuda after tearing through the Caribbean. In the Dominican Republic, nearly 9,000 homes damaged or destroyed. And get this, right now, more than 700,000 people without water. In Puerto Rico, drone footage, you see it here from Ponce, shows homes knocked off their foundations, mudslides making parts of the island impossible to access. And satellite images also showing the catastrophic flooding that has washed out fields and wiped out bridges. Bermuda, now next in line, residents there boarding up homes and businesses, preparing for a potentially rough night ahead. We have teams on the ground in both Puerto Rico and Bermuda, but we want to begin tonight with Al Roker, who has the latest on this deadly storm. And now, as we look at the big board there, you see Hurricane Fiona not letting up in Bermuda right in its path.
Absolutely, and we're also looking at more going on. We've got a couple of systems coming off the African coast, but right now we'll start off with Fiona. Currently still Category 4 storm. Currently, it's 305 miles west-southwest of Bermuda, 130-mile-per-hour winds. It's picking up its forward speed, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. By 3 a.m. Friday, it's just to the west-northwest of Bermuda, 2 to 4 inches of rain, seas 30 to 45 feet, makes landfall in Canada, but we are looking at some surf advisories, some surf and rip currents along the eastern U.S. coast. Now, we're again watching all of this, Tom, and the next system is one we're really concerned about.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people on the Gulf Coast right now concerned about what we see right there. It's called Invest 98L. Tell us more about this.
All right, so we're already expecting some sort of development, 90% chance of development in the next 5 days, likely to become a depression in a day or two. Now, let's put the global models into motion, and you can see anywhere from Miami to the Yucatan Peninsula, we've got the potential for development and landfall. Now, we're going to put the U.S. model and the European model. We've got a little, we're not really confident about this right now because we haven't seen the storm center form yet. However, look at the difference. There's landfall with the Euro in Florida on Tuesday. Next Friday is right around landfall for the U.S. model. So, Tom, we've still got a long way to go. We've got to wait for this thing to form, and then we'll continue to track it. But again, for right now, we've got a system with a lot of potential, with a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Americans all across the Gulf Coast have to be paying attention all week. All right, Al, thanks for that. We want to go now to Morgan Chesky, who's live in the crosshairs of Hurricane Fiona's outer bands in St. George's, Bermuda. He joins Top Story live tonight. So, Morgan, I know things are just starting to pick up there. Tell me what the conditions are like right now.
Yeah, Tom, we can feel this wind definitely start to pick up. The gust approaching 20 miles an hour. If Fiona stays on its current path, we could see gusts upwards of 75 miles an hour sometime between midnight and 5 a.m. That is when Bermuda is expected to get the full force of Fiona. And keep in mind, this is still looking to be a glancing blow. This Category 4 hurricane could be 100 miles moving off the westward coast of Bermuda, and we could still be seeing some significant flooding in low-lying areas and some wind damage here. But right now, the calm before the storm definitely over. We're anticipating feeling that rain from those outer bands here anytime now. Tom?
You know, Morgan, even though Bermuda sits right there by itself in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, it has some of the strictest building codes of any island I've ever seen. That being said, we are talking about a Category 4 storm. So are people anxious there? Have they seen the pictures out of Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic?
They absolutely have. They've been following what happened when it hit Turks and Caicos, the power outages there for hundreds of thousands of people. I asked, actually, the Minister of National Security of Bermuda today, how concerned are you? How prepared are you? He says right now, this afternoon, they were at 95%. He says his biggest concern, complacency, people not taking this hurricane seriously because it is looking to make a glancing blow. But he pointed back to 2014. Tom, that was when Hurricane Faye and Gonzalo struck this island within 1 week's time. Nobody has forgotten that. And as for that building code, it was made even stronger following Hurricane Fabian in 2003. If a building goes up in Bermuda right now, it has to withstand 110-mile-an-hour winds. Fortunately, as of right now, we're not expected to see anything that strong. However, everyone knows how much a hurricane can veer in the hours ahead. Tom?
Yeah, we hope those predictions are right. All right, Morgan Chesky in Bermuda. Morgan, you and your team, please stay safe tonight. We want to head now to Puerto Rico, where Hurricane Fiona's devastation in the Caribbean is coming into full focus. President Biden signing a disaster declaration as the island battles ongoing landslides and flooding. And in the hard-hit Dominican Republic, hundreds of thousands without power or water. Gabe Gutierrez is in the disaster zone again for us tonight.
This was Fiona's fury in Turks and Caicos, while Bermuda braces for a close call. In the Dominican Republic, there are still hundreds of thousands of people without water or power. Here in Puerto Rico, new landslides overnight.
So we're still pretty much in this emergency response phase.
Satellite images show washed out bridges and flooded fields across Puerto Rico before and after the storm. These satellite images show how much of the island is in the dark each night. This is before Fiona, and this is after. 38% of customers now have power, up from 27% yesterday. President Biden has signed a major disaster declaration, and at a FEMA briefing today, he spoke with Puerto Rico's governor.
We'll do everything we can to meet the urgent needs you have.
With the heat index hovering around 100 degrees, this is Jose Alvarez's sweltering existence. He tells us he rode out the hurricane in remote western Puerto Rico, the river rushing under his home. Today, for the first time, local authorities brought him the bottled water he so desperately needed. Now, neighbors yell across the river to notify each other at the first glimpse of any supplies. During Hurricane Maria 5 years ago, this mountainside got 7 inches of rain. Fiona dumped 24. We feel forgotten, this woman says. Tonight, they have at least some water here, but no power. An ongoing disaster that is all too familiar.
Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Utuado, Puerto Rico. And Gabe, we know you mentioned there in your story some of the power is coming back on, but still so many have no electricity. Do we have any idea when they'll get power fully restored?
Well, Tom, it's just not clear. The governor has said that he expected it to take days, not months, like it happened following Hurricane Maria. He's hedged a bit, saying that some parts of this island, the more remote areas, will take even longer to get back. But, Tom, so many residents just are skeptical about any firm timetable. They have problems here with power, even on a good day, whether or not there's a hurricane, Tom.
And Gabe, you've been there now a while for us. Talk to me about those high temperatures and no power, which means no fans or air conditioning. I can't imagine what that's like for the elderly or for parents with children.
It's incredibly dangerous, Tom. You know, earlier today, we were in a remote region here in Utuado on a mountainside. This community had no access to drinking water, no access to power, and it was even difficult for them to get out of their neighborhood. It was difficult to even drive up the road. Some of them didn't have access to cars, and it can be extremely dangerous to even try to go out and get gas for a portable generator. And we spoke with a 72-year-old woman that had just been brought some water bottles by local authorities that were extremely grateful. But so many residents that we've spoken to here, Tom, say they just can't understand why it seems that this government on this island can't seem to figure a solution out for these repeated power problems, hurricane after hurricane. Still, they're incredibly resilient and making do with what they can. Tom?
Gabe Gutierrez from Puerto Rico tonight for us. Gabe, we thank you for that. We head to Washington now. Former President Trump firing back after multiple legal blows. The Justice Department regaining access to those documents seized from his Mar-a-Lago home. But the former president insisting he could declassify something just by thinking about it. NBC's Peter Alexander has more from Washington.
Tonight, the latest legal setback for former President Trump. A federal appeals court ruling the Justice Department is free to resume reviewing 100 classified documents seized from Mar-a-Lago, reversing an earlier decision by a federal judge that had blocked the government from examining those materials. Mr. Trump overnight insisting he declassified the records, an argument his lawyers have not made in court.
There doesn't have to be a process, as I understand it. If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it.
But the appeals court brushed off that argument as a red herring, saying the documents are still government property, whether or not they were declassified. Then there's the new $250 million civil lawsuit against Mr. Trump, as well as Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric Trump, brought by New York's Attorney General Letitia James. Mr. Trump slamming the suit by James, a Democrat, as a politically motivated witch hunt.
She campaigned on it 4 years ago. It was a vicious campaign, and she just talked about Trump, and we're going to indict him, we're going to get him.
James is accusing Mr. Trump of inflating his assets to get more favorable loans and better tax rates.
The pattern of fraud and deception that was used by Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization for their own financial benefit is astounding.
One example she cites, Mr. Trump's 212-acre estate outside Manhattan, bought for $7.5 million, that was later valued at nearly $300 million, on what James says were false claims that it had been zoned for mansions. But Mr. Trump argues the banks were responsible for their own valuations.
These are banks that have the best law firms in the world, the biggest and best and most powerful. They do their own work. They don't rely on us.
All right, Peter joins us tonight from Washington. And Peter, I want to go back to the president's comments over how to declassify documents. They've been getting so many headlines. Do we know if there's any legal precedent for what the president stated in that interview, or did the president further explain his comments that a president can declassify just by thinking about it, to use his words?
Yeah, he basically was saying that you can declassify by thought alone. Obviously, Tom, it doesn't work that way. The experts agree, and it just doesn't make sense here. The president didn't go beyond that, but that was the comment he made. We're already hearing some pushback from some Republicans, among them John Thune, one of the Republican leaders, saying that there is a process for declassifying information. And as Thune describes it, that should be adhered to and followed. Tom.
And Peter, sticking in Washington, I want to move to the January 6th committee. I know you have some new reporting. The committee set to interview a highly anticipated witness.
Yeah, that's right. We're learning Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. She's also a conservative activist. She's agreed to be interviewed by the January 6th committee in the coming weeks. The committee wants to ask about her communications with a Trump lawyer who was pushing a plan to overturn the 2020 elections results. The committee, by the way, is going to hold its next hearing next Wednesday. Tom.
All right, Peter Alexander for us tonight. Peter, we thank you for that. Next tonight, to a major update on a story we've been covering closely. We have new reporting that the air charter company that assisted Governor Ron DeSantis in flying dozens of migrants to Martha's Vineyard has close political ties to the Republican Party. Vertol Systems Company has contributed thousands of dollars to GOP super PACs and was once legally represented by close political allies of the governor. To date, the company has received nearly $1.6 million in payments having to do with DeSantis' migrant moving program. I want to bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Mark Caputo, who broke this story for us. So, Mark, tell us what dots you connected when it comes to the air charter company that did this and Governor Ron DeSantis.
From what I understood in my reporting is this company, Vertol Systems, which few people have really heard about, had given a bunch of money to a number of candidates, including the former Secretary of Education in Florida, Richard Corcoran, who's a DeSantis ally. But when he was running for governor in 2017, he received $15,000 from this group. So I called up people affiliated with the fundraiser and found out that the money had been given at a fundraiser hosted by Matt Gaetz, the congressman from the Panhandle, who's a close ally of Governor DeSantis. And from there, I realized in checking the records that Matt Gaetz and Ron DeSantis's current public safety czar in charge of immigration, a man named Larry Keefe, were law partners together, and both Gaetz and Larry Keefe represented Vertol Systems, this very company that now got this contract to move these migrants, which the governor's office won't comment on. It won't tell us the scope of work. They won't give us the contract, despite Florida's sunshine laws. So I just put the dots together and reported what we know, and that's about it.
Mark, I want to show some of our viewers right now some of your reporting that's on NBCnews.com right now. I want to show a portion of the report. You write, in Vertol's only known case of relocating migrants, the company received an initial $615,000 last week and recruited almost 50 destitute, asylum-seeking Venezuelan migrants in San Antonio, Texas, gave them food and at least one night's hotel stay, and then flew them to Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, as part of DeSantis' effort to highlight the toll of illegal immigration. Now, Mark, here's the part I'm confused about. What is a transportation company doing looking for and recruiting undocumented immigrants? That sounds like much more than getting people from point A to point B.
That's a good question. Boy, I wish the governor's office would answer that, but I'm sorry to be sarcastic about this. But what is Vertol Systems doing moving migrants? It's making money hand over fist. I mean, we're talking about $1.6 million, and the last trip to Delaware got scrapped at the last minute, and that was $950,000. We'd love to know what happened in that case as well. Lots of questions, lots of unanswered questions. There's also lots of lawsuits that are starting to crop up. Lawyers for the migrants who were sent to Martha's Vineyard have sued, saying their clients were misled and they were victims of fraud. The Florida Senate Democrats are suing as well, or planning to sue, because under the state budget authorizing this, quote, unauthorized alien removal program, it says that the migrants in question need to be removed, quote, from this state. This state is Florida, but for some reason they went to San Antonio to get the migrants. And by the way, they were asylum-seeking Venezuelans, and it turns out the Republicans who crafted the program said in the legislature, in public, during committee, and theoretically under oath, that Venezuelan asylum seekers, when asked this very question, are not unauthorized aliens. So you have an unauthorized alien removal program from Florida, which removed authorized aliens from Texas.
Finally,
and someone made $1.6 million off of this.
Finally, Mark, I guess the last question is, what does Vertol, the company in Florida, have to say? I know you try to get some answers.
Oh, they say nothing. I called and they hung up. We left some other messages earlier in the week, but met with no call back. At least in this case, I had the courtesy of someone hanging up.
All right, Mark Caputo with some new reporting on a very big story we've been covering. Mark, we appreciate it. Next tonight, to a wild moment caught on camera in the skies over California, a passenger punching a flight attendant in the back of the head. It was all captured on camera after he was asked to leave first class and return to his seat. The confrontation coming amid a difficult new year for flight crews with violent interactions at an all-time high. NBC's Maya Eaglin has that video and this story.
Tonight, this disturbing attack. An American Airlines flight attendant brutally punched in the back of the head by a passenger. What are you doing? All of it captured by a fellow flyer. The cabin left stunned. Kevin Hoover says he had a front row seat to the man's erratic behavior on the flight from Cabo San Lucas, Mexico to Los Angeles. According to the criminal complaint, the passenger had moved into first class. His temper apparently flaring after he was asked to move back to his assigned seat.
A gentleman came up and sat in the empty seat across the aisle from me and started mumbling.
The flight crew, with the help of Hoover, able to calm down the suspect until the plane landed.
Flight attendant grabbed some restraints, and her and I went back there, and I just told him, I said, we're going to put these on you. And he just put his hands up and let us do it.
The passenger taken off the flight by police in Los Angeles and detained by the FBI, and now charged with interfering with the flight crew, a federal offense. American Airlines banning that passenger from all future flights, writing in a statement, "Acts of violence against our team members are not tolerated," adding, "Our thoughts are with our injured flight attendant." The punch, part of a troubling rise in mid-air confrontations. The FAA dealing with more than 1,900 unruly passengers this year alone. That's an average of 7 per day. They launched 680 investigations. Those numbers down from the peak in 2021 when bad behavior spiked during COVID mask mandates, but still 4 times higher than pre-pandemic levels.
It's devastating watching something like that, knowing exactly what that crew is going through, that they can't just pull off to the side and get help. My heart broke for them. But it also broke for the flight attendants all over the country who are watching that video today and still going to work.
Where does that emotion come from you?
This is really hard because this is not the job that we signed up for, the job that we know.
Maya Eaglin joins us now in studio. So we just heard there from that flight attendant, and it sounded like she was getting emotional.
Absolutely. You know, she said it's really overwhelming to have to go to work, to have her friends, people she knows go to work, and have to be fearful of their safety. They're already taking self-defense classes, but they're asking for more. They're asking for legislative accountability and legislative changes so this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, more definitely has to be done. And I'm curious, do they have any advice for passengers if you're on the plane and you see one of these violent incidents break out? What should you do?
The biggest thing is to listen to directions given to you from flight attendants and only intervening if you're asked to or if someone's immediate safety is at risk. Aside from that, just being nice, respectful, and attentive can really go a long way.
All right, Maya Eaglin for us. Maya, we appreciate it. We turn now to the end of an international manhunt. A man known as Fat Leonard escaping house arrest in San Diego as he awaited sentencing for the Navy's largest bribery case. But after weeks on the run, he was captured in South America. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has those details.
Tonight, a former military contractor known as Fat Leonard, on the run for weeks after ripping off his GPS ankle bracelet, was recaptured in Venezuela, authorities say. Leonard Glenn Francis pleaded guilty in 2015 to a sprawling bribery and corruption scandal involving senior naval officers, the largest in naval history, and he was set to be sentenced today, but he slipped away from his Tony San Diego home weeks ago.
The Navy is embarrassed in the extreme, but so is the U.S. Marshal Service with somebody cutting off an ankle bracelet and disappearing. That was an incredibly well-planned, organized escape.
After an alert was activated indicating Leonard's bracelet had been tampered with on September 4th, San Diego police went to his home.
Trying to knock on the door, but you're not getting a response. Subject isn't responding to messages or calls.
But all they found, they said, was the bracelet, no Leonard. The U.S. government posting a $40,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. Neighbors told U.S. Marshals that several U-Haul trucks had been in and out of the house all week.
There were people that were moving things in and out, but they were just shadows. I saw them from my peripheral vision.
The director of Interpol Venezuela says Francis got to the country from Mexico with a stopover in Cuba. He was apprehended by Venezuelan authorities at the Simon Bolivar International Airport while trying to eventually get to Russia, according to a Marshals spokesperson. Francis was on house arrest due to health issues, including a bout with kidney cancer. He was arrested in 2013 and pleaded guilty to offering $500,000 in bribes of luxury travel, prostitutes, and free hotel rooms to Navy officers. A court then finding he overcharged the Navy to the tune of roughly $35 million for servicing vessels and lured ships to his port in Indonesia, all of it in exchange for classified information, now faces 25 years in prison.
Fat Leonard knew where the ships were going, and he was capable, possibly, of providing that information to other parties, or someone he subcontracted to might have done that.
This historic public corruption scandal lasted more than a decade and involved dozens of U.S. Navy officers.
You're talking about commanders and admirals. How serious is that?
It's brutally painful.
All right, Sam Brock joins us now from Miami. Sam, do we have any sense of when Fat Leonard will be prosecuted in the U.S.?
So we are relying right now, Tom, on the Venezuelan authorities. And the director of Interpol in Venezuela says that they've initiated at this point the proceedings for extraditing Fat Leonard. The problem is, who knows what that timeline looks like? Is it going to be days? Is it going to be weeks? And also, will it happen at all? Because the United States, Tom, of course, doesn't recognize the government of Nicolas Maduro. Venezuela is one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world right now. There is no U.S. embassy in Venezuela. It is very rare that law enforcement officials from the United States and Venezuela are even cooperating on any sort of law enforcement issue. So is this even going to come to fruition? And you got to ask, what sort of chip is Venezuela looking to use this for? Do they want sanctions relief, to have someone else freed from the United States? It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
So, Sam, you know, he's called Fat Leonard. He obviously lost a lot of weight, but he was being watched, and then he cuts off his electric monitoring device. How easy is that to do?
You would think it would be very difficult to get a GPS monitor bracelet off. However, I spoke with a law enforcement official who used to work for the FBI. He said it's actually not that hard. It appears that he cut it off using some heavy scissors in his house. The reason many people who have these bracelets on don't do it is because they know they're going right back to jail. And in fact, there was an alert that was issued as soon as the monitor was dislodged. However, by the time authorities got there, he was already gone. There was no disincentive in this case for Fat Leonard not to take it off because he was planning on leading an international excursion. Of course, authorities looking for him for weeks. And now maybe he's regretting that.
All right, Sam Brock for us from Miami. Sam, we appreciate it. Still ahead tonight, the pandemic fraud. How a federal watchdog says fraudsters stole, get this, $50 billion in unemployment benefits as COVID ravaged this country. Plus, the officer attacked her in a traffic stop. You see it right here. How a group of other drivers stepped in to help him. And the latest weight loss craze, have you heard about it? Influencers and celebrities using the diabetes drug Ozempic to diet. But could it cause more harm to the body? That's next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
People with type 2 diabetes are excited about the potential of once-weekly Ozempic.
You may recognize that commercial. It's for Ozempic, a medication used to treat type 2 diabetes. However, it's now gaining popularity as an off-label weight loss drug being used by those on social media and even in Hollywood. But it's leading to a shortage of the drug for the people that actually depend on it. NBC's Hallie Jackson has this story.
Taking my first dose of Ozempic. In 3 weeks, I went down a full dress size.
TikTok is all over it.
The girls like, get it.
4 weeks in and down 12 pounds.
And so are some celebrities.
It's being used, I think, widely, not only in Hollywood, but across the general population.
Its brand name, Ozempic, a drug you inject that's meant to regulate insulin and treat type 2 diabetes.
It does improve insulin secretion, so it certainly, in that way, is a treatment for type 2 diabetes.
But now some people are using it to lose weight.
Adults lost on average up to 12 pounds.
Oh, up to 12 pounds. It delays what we call gastric emptying. That's how fast food leaves your stomach, so you feel full longer. And it also controls how full we feel generally. And so people eat less.
While doctors say it may work, taking Ozempic for weight loss is technically off-label. That means a doctor has prescribed it for an issue it's not approved to treat, and that's allowed. But this kind of thing can have consequences in the market. Like now, there's an Ozempic shortage.
But it's part of a larger problem that we have in the United States. We have more than 200 active drug shortages right now.
Michael Gagno is a senior director at a pharmaceutical industry trade group. He says shortages like this one have been an issue for decades.
This has been a chronic problem in the United States. It's gone on for about 20 years, and we've really not done a lot to mitigate the issue.
In a statement to NBC News, the FDA says it's working closely with the manufacturers of semaglutide injection, the generic name for Ozempic, to help address the shortage of these products, and confirms healthcare professionals can choose to prescribe drugs off-label when medically appropriate. The company that makes Ozempic says they do not promote, suggest, or encourage off-label use of their medicines and are committed to fully complying with all applicable U.S. laws. And they say in terms of supply, the combo of incredible demand plus global supply constraints means some disruption in getting Ozempic to patients.
I'm taking my second Ozempic injection. People with diabetes are incredibly frustrated that Ozempic is being touted as a weight loss drug, because while it has such great benefits for people, it's really disheartening that people with diabetes who need this medication for blood sugar management can't necessarily get access to it.
All right, that was Hallie Jackson reporting for Top Story tonight. This thing is really taking off on social media. So for more on this weight loss fad and the effects it could possibly have on the body, I want to bring in NBC Health and Medical Unit Fellow, Dr. Akshay Syal. Doctor, thanks so much for joining Top Story and welcome to the broadcast. I think it's the first time we've had you on. So my first question is simple. Is this safe for people who might want to lose weight?
So, Tom, to be clear, this is an FDA-approved medication. Now, there's a catch here. It's FDA-approved for those who have diabetes, and at higher doses, it's actually called Wegovy, which is a little bit confusing, but that's FDA-approved for people who are obese looking to lose weight. Now, if you're not in one of those two categories, you're really kind of flying blind here. You're in gray zone. We don't have the kind of rigorous data we need to say this is truly a safe and effective thing to lose weight.
But doctors are prescribing it. So I have to ask you, I mean, if you're somebody who's looking to lose a few lbs, maybe it's 20 pounds, maybe it's 30 pounds, is it safe?
So, if you're not in one of those two categories, you're being prescribed it off-label. And, off-label medications are prescribed. My roommate in med school, he had what we call performance anxiety disorder. And he was prescribed a heart medication off-label. So anytime he would go up and give a speech, he would take that medication. And so off-label is not without precedent. But if you are going to take something off-label, you really need to make sure you are seeing a doctor regularly and you don't just lose the follow-up.
If you are taking this medication off-label, does insurance cover it? How much are we talking? Because I've heard it's very expensive.
So if it's off-label, usually insurance will not cover it. And it's about $1,000 to $1,200 a month, which is like...
$1,000 a month to take this?
It's like buying a new iPhone every month, right?
Okay.
It's expensive.
And then... I guess I have to ask you, I mean, is there an ethics question here? If people with diabetes can't get this drug, then why are doctors prescribing it? And I'd also say, I'd put it on the patients or the people losing weight. Why are people taking it if people who truly need this to live can't find it?
There's probably a lot of reasons for that, and I think one of the things to point out is I don't know if people really realize how dangerous it is for diabetics to miss their medications. We see this all the time in the hospital. People come in with their blood sugars too high, they get serious infections, they may be in the ICU. So it's really important for people to be aware if the drug is in a shortage, there are some people with diabetes who may only be on this medication, and it's important to take it, and it's something you definitely need to be aware of for doctors too.
Does it work for people who want to lose weight?
Yeah, so short answer, yes, it does. For patients who are diabetic and for patients who are obese, you can expect about, up to a 15% change in body weight. So if you're 200 pounds, for example, that's a 30-pound weight loss in about a year's time frame. I mean, we basically think it works by telling your brain that you're full, so you basically eat less.
Finally, just real quick, then, is it a money play for these doctors? If insurance doesn't take it and they're writing the scripts, are they making money on the back end?
Yeah, usually not. If we prescribe things off-label, that's handled entirely by the pharmacy and by the patient.
Okay, doctor, great having you on Top Story. I know I asked you a lot of tough questions, but I appreciate your candidness. Thanks so much. All right, when we come back, another recall for Tesla. This one's huge. The window issue now impacting more than 1 million vehicles. What drivers need to know next.
Good morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, we're back now with Top Stories news feed, and we begin with the alarming new report on pandemic-related fraud. This one's going to get you really upset. A federal watchdog found an estimated nearly $50 billion was stolen from the nation's unemployment insurance program. The Labor Department's Inspector General says applicants received aid using dead people's Social Security numbers and the names of people serving federal prison terms. A group of Good Samaritans caught on camera helping an officer after she was attacked during a traffic stop in Ohio. The officer's dash cam shows the driver, who was pulled over for speeding, get out of the car. After a verbal argument, you can see that driver punches the officer in the face. Other drivers witnessing the attack, racing to her aid, they managed to pull the man to the ground and hold him there until backup arrived. That officer is okay. New York City setting up new ways to house an influx of migrants from the southern border. Mayor Eric Adams announcing tent-like structures that his administration is calling emergency relief centers. He says the migrants will only be housed there for their first few days in the city and will be offered food, medical care, and other services. Migrant advocate groups have already raised legal concerns about these shelters. And a consumer alert tonight, Tesla is recalling more than 1 million vehicles. The car company says an issue with the automatic windows can force them to close on drivers. The recall covers several models, but the company says the problem can be fixed with a software update. There is more information on our website, NBCnews.com. Okay, we want to turn now to the latest on the water crisis in Mississippi. Residents filing a class action lawsuit claiming the water in Jackson caused various health problems, but the mayor says he drinks it, and he showed us. Zincle Esemwa has the details.
Cassandra Welchin is a lifelong Jackson, Mississippi resident.
I wouldn't drink the water because, we don't trust it.
Welchin, a social worker and mom of 3, says she's worried for her kids' health.
What impact do you feel this water crisis is having on your kids specifically?
With Zaya, who has a disability, right, it has been very difficult for her to comprehend, in some ways, don't drink the water, don't use the water. And she began to have, upset stomach.
And she's not alone in her concern. A group of Jackson residents filing a class action lawsuit alleging the water crisis caused various health problems like malnutrition and lead poisoning. The lawsuit against the city of Jackson, 2 private engineering companies, and Mississippi officials, including Jackson's mayor, Chokwe Lumumba.
What's your response to the hundreds of Jackson families who say their water is not safe or has faced lead contamination?
The issues of insecurity in the water, the challenges with that water has been well documented. We have warned them when those circumstances exist. Now, with respect to the lawsuit itself, I won't litigate that.
Do you drink it?
I drink it every day. I drink it every day. However, that doesn't mean that I don't understand the insecurity of our residents when they're being told to boil their water each and every day.
Lumumba says the city's ongoing water challenges are partially due to a lack of investment in Jackson.
Without significant capital improvements, it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when these challenges will arise again.
This, as Governor Reeves on Friday sparked controversy over these remarks.
As always, a great day to not be in Jackson.
The mayor adding that state leadership must invest more resources into the predominantly black city of Jackson to benefit residents like Welchin.
This just did not start this year. It's been going on for a very long time.
All right, Sinclair Esamal joins Top Story tonight from Jackson, Mississippi. Sinclair, I want to go back to that moment we just saw in your story. Talk to me about the moment the mayor drank the tap water.
Yeah, Tom, so a lot of us were holding our breath to see if he actually would. I asked some residents about it, and they said, I don't know that the mayor actually drinks the water. He did, as you saw in that piece. But he also acknowledged that he knows many Jacksonians are hesitant to do so, the reason being because of the repeated water crises the city has faced. And when I asked him, do you think this is the last boil water advisory, Tom, he said no. He expects it to come back. And I think that overall reflects the sentiment that's really prevalent here in Jackson. Tom?
Is the mayor concerned because he's also being named in that lawsuit? Some residents really want him to pay as well.
Yeah, Tom, so I asked him directly about that. His direct words were that I believe that the city's firm is handling the case, and that's sort of the extent that he spoke to that. But it really is a reflection of how frustrated residents are right now. Cassandra, that mother you heard from, even said that when her children forget not to drink the water, they get diarrhea, they get upset stomachs, and her bathroom was littered with water bottles from what the family does every single day. So people like her and the many individuals in that lawsuit are now demanding change from officials. Time will tell if it comes. Tom?
All right, Sinclair Esamal with a lot of good new reporting on that crisis there in Jackson. Now to Top Stories Global Watch, and we begin with the migrant tragedy off the coast of northern Syria. Officials say a boat packed with up to 150 people capsized on the way from Syria to Lebanon. More than 30 people killed, at least 14 were rescued from the water, and crews are now searching for survivors. Mexico hit with its second deadly earthquake just this week. The 6.8 magnitude quake rocking the western state of Michoacan. Several homes destroyed and at least 2 people dead. It comes just 3 days after a magnitude 7.6 earthquake hit the same region. And heavy rains triggering flash floods in Spain. Take a look at this. New video shows roads completely submerged about 25 miles outside of Madrid. Cars left trapped in the floodwaters. Homes also damaged. The severe rain coming after this summer's historic heat wave across Spain and other parts of Europe. Okay, now to the Americas, and tonight we take you to the Texas border and the SOS coming from local officials. Resources are running out as a large number of migrants make their way to El Paso. NBC's Julia Ainsley is there.
We're in El Paso, where tonight city officials say their resources are being pushed to the brink by a record number of migrants, averaging over 1,500 illegal border crossings a day in this area. Migrants sleeping on the streets. Now, the city's Democratic mayor taking a page from some Republican governors, sending more than 3,400 migrants on daily buses to cities like New York and Chicago.
We had a huge increase. When you have a huge increase, then you need to continue to adapt.
Though unlike the Republican governors, he's giving cities notice.
Are you getting enough support from the Biden administration?
I've been over to Washington and I've been able to talk to them. And no, the biggest thing we need is decompression.
But Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas taking aim at the governors who are transporting migrants without any notice.
When a governor acts unilaterally and refuses to coordinate with other government officials, that is when problems arise. And that is when we deplore political stuntsmanship, when we're dealing with the lives of vulnerable individuals.
While Republicans blame President Biden's policies, a top administration border official is blaming Congress.
Congress really needs to take action, but I think people across the country should know that it's not chaos here.
Bobby Garcia is a pastor at a local church in El Paso. He and other church leaders have been offering a helping hand the last few days, but admits they need more help.
It's like a glass of water. When it's at capacity, then what happens? It starts spilling out. You know what? And the water's going to make a mess.
Is it time for other cities to share part of that burden?
It's been time, man.
But with Border Patrol and local shelters over capacity, immigration officials here have released nearly 1,300 migrants onto the street in the past 2 weeks. We witnessed roughly 100 being dropped off by the city at a nearby hotel. We met Jenny, who told us she has no money, nothing to eat, and nothing to wear besides the clothes on her back. She is one of so many Venezuelans without family or sponsors to take them in. And we came across these migrants with Border Patrol just after crossing from Mexico. Who's from Venezuela? Venezuela. Tonight, many residents telling us the border crisis has become too much to handle. How do you feel about your mayor sending them on buses to those cities?
Well, kind of sad because I don't know what else he can do, because he can only handle so much.
Tom, as you heard, a lot of residents and community leaders here in El Paso have compassion for these migrants, but they're worried that their city's resources are being stretched. In fact, a lot of them support their mayor here who's sending these migrants to other cities. And unlike Republican governors who are trying to make a political point, he says he's doing this for humanitarian reasons, simply getting these migrants, many of them Venezuelans without a place to stay, to another destination where they could have a hope for a better future.
Julia Ainsley from El Paso tonight for us. Julia, we thank you. Coming up, the Hall of Famer and the welfare scandal. The major update on Brett Favre and that case down in Mississippi. The key government player who just pleaded guilty. What it could mean for Favre going forward.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, we're back now with the ongoing investigation into the Mississippi welfare spending scandal. You may remember we first brought you the story last week. Part of the case involves former NFL quarterback Brett Favre, and now a key figure is pleading guilty to federal fraud charges. John Davis directed the state's welfare agency while it misspent tens of millions of dollars intended to help poor families, instead using the funds for projects including a new volleyball facility Favre had requested. For more on the latest legal development and what it could mean for the Hall of Famer, I want to bring in Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, you've led the reporting for NBC News on this story. So Davis has agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit fraud and theft charges. That together carries a maximum of 15 years in prison. Favre has yet to be charged for his alleged involvement in the scandal, which included securing more than $5 million for a new volleyball facility that benefited his daughter. What does Davis's plea mean really for Favre and the possibility of him facing charges?
This is a big deal, Tom, because John Davis was the director of the welfare agency, and he has not only pleaded guilty, he has agreed to cooperate. And his sentence is going to be contingent on the cooperation that he provides to the FBI and federal authorities. And he was in a lot of meetings with Brett Favre and, of course, his boss, the former Republican governor of Mississippi, Phil Bryant, about these efforts to get Favre this money. And Favre didn't just get the $5 million for the volleyball facility for the university where his daughter was playing volleyball. He also got around $3 million for a drug company in which he was a major investor called Prevacus that was touting a treatment for concussions, which was not approved by the FDA. So Favre is a major player in this scandal. It's not clear what John Davis has to offer about Brett Favre, who has consistently said he didn't know this was welfare money. He didn't know it was coming from the state welfare agency, Tom, but Favre is saying he did nothing wrong. We'll just have to see where this leads.
Yeah, Brett Favre has denied wrongdoing through his lawyer, saying, as you mentioned, he did not know the state grants came from federal welfare funds, but he's been interviewed by the FBI, right, Ken? So if a federal agency has gone this far to interview him and this key player has just pleaded guilty, do we have any idea where Brett Favre is right now with this investigation and how authorities view him?
This is a fast-moving investigation. Right now, we have no indication that Favre is a target. The FBI did interview him a while ago, we learned. But at the same time, we just saw text messages that show that Favre was deeply involved in pressuring the governor and trying to get this money, and that he knew it came from the state welfare agency. So it's reasonable to assume that the FBI is going to want to talk to him about that, and particularly when they hear what John Davis has to say about those meetings. There's no doubt that Brett Favre is a key figure in this whole affair. Whether he has criminal culpability is an open question. Obviously, he insists he does not.
So you have Davis, who pleaded guilty. He directed that welfare agency. You have Brett Favre here, who we know the FBI spoke to. But then you also have the governor at the time, Phil Bryant. Do we have any idea about his involvement, and could he possibly be the next domino to fall?
Look, so Bryant has obviously denied wrongdoing, but a lot of legal analysts are looking at today's developments and saying this plea deal for the welfare director is bad news for the former governor, because when federal investigators flip a witness, the idea usually is they're looking to for information about the next person higher on the food chain. Well, the only person higher than John Davis, the director of the Mississippi Welfare Agency, is former Governor Phil Bryant. And there are text messages that show that Bryant was heavily involved in trying to channel this welfare money. Now, he insists he didn't know it came from the federal welfare fund, but he knew it came from the Department of Human Services, which is the anti-poverty agency in Mississippi. So a lot of questions remaining about Phil Bryant's role in all of this, and what John Davis, the welfare director who pleaded guilty today, has to say about it. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Ken, I know you and your team will stay on top of all of it. And coming up on Top Story, a father's desperate search for a life-saving surgery for his daughter, the emotional cross-country trip to save her life.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Every single morning.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load. Every single morning.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Finally tonight, crossing the country for a cure. A father from New York flying coast to coast to help his daughter get a life-saving surgery. That father now sharing his story and thanking the doctor who told him to take a chance.
In late 2020, the Grajales family from New York faced a startling diagnosis. Their daughter, Haley, had an AVM, a tangle of blood vessels in her brain, and one had burst, requiring emergency surgery.
So she was at risk the whole entire time after that procedure was done to have another rupture.
With the risk of another rupture high, Dad Andres did his own research to find a specialist neurosurgeon. He found one. The problem? The doctor was thousands of miles away in the Bay Area.
They wanted to get their child cured as soon as possible.
That neurosurgeon, Dr. Adib Abla at UCSF Health.
We got on a Zoom call with him, and right away he gave us the confidence to say, you know, what are you waiting for? I'm here, come.
So without a surgery scheduled, without knowing if insurance would even pay, Haley's family flew from New York to San Francisco to see Dr. Abla.
You ready for this? You ready?
That cross-country trip paying off. The surgery
Good.
was a success. And now more than a year later, Haley and her dad flying across the country again.
Remember when we first came?
Participating in the Aneurysm and AVM Foundation Walk.
The view is so pretty here.
Yeah.
Sharing their story.
It was very scary when it ruptured.
And reuniting with a doctor who told them to take a chance. and helped save Haley's life.
It's crazy. I don't even know how to put it in words, but I'm grateful for him.
It is a great amount of satisfaction to know that we do have the capabilities and the personnel and the expertise here to tackle cases that aren't being tackled elsewhere.
And we want to thank our NBC station in the Bay Area for their help on that story. We also want to thank you for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Tonight, the dangerous new tropical threat potentially targeting the U.S. as Hurricane Fiona takes aim at Bermuda and North America. The new tropical system developing in the Caribbean could it impact the U.S. as a hurricane? It comes as Bermuda braces for Fiona, still a monster Category 4 storm. And now a rare hurricane watch up for Canada. Al Roker with the new tracks. Also tonight, the images of Russian men boarding buses after Vladimir Putin began drafting 300,000 more troops to fight in Ukraine. A growing backlash in Russia, more than 1,000 protesters arrested. Richard Engel with a reaction in Ukraine. The mounting legal troubles for Donald Trump, the appeals court restoring the DOJ's access to classified documents seized from Mar-a-Lago on the heels of New York's $250 million fraud lawsuit against the former president. Tonight, his stunning new claim about declassifying files. Alex Jones back on the stand. How much will he have to pay Sandy Hook parents for calling the massacre a hoax? The new lawsuit over the Mississippi water crisis, the mayor of Jackson responding to accusations by families that he hasn't done enough, and the one-of-a-kind rescue mission inspiring America.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. The tropics heating up tonight, and we are watching no fewer than 5 storms or developing disturbances in the Atlantic as we come on the air. But none more threatening at the moment than Hurricane Fiona. Still a Category 4 storm and the strongest storm on the planet right now, barreling north where it is expected to deliver a glancing blow to Bermuda and potentially on its way to a rare landfall by a major hurricane in Canada, where it could cause devastating damage. In Fiona's rearview mirror, the trail of destruction it caused in the Caribbean. New satellite images show the widespread damage Puerto Rico suffered from Fiona. And tonight, forecasters watching another storm in the making and early computer models that suggest parts of the U.S. could be at risk next week. Let's turn to Al Roker now for the latest. Al?
Lester, we're looking at things starting to heat up. We've got a couple of systems coming off the African coast. We're watching this next one down in the Windward Islands, but Hurricane Fiona still Category 4 storm, currently with 30-mile-per-hour winds, 305 miles west-southwest of Bermuda. However, Investa area 98L, this is the development zone, south of Puerto Rico, Haiti, Cuba, 90% chance of development in the next 5 days. The computer models show landfall anywhere from Miami to Cancun. We're talking about a distance when we put the European versus American models of about 600 miles. Storm system hasn't formed yet. And so look at this. Tuesday along the Florida coast, but Friday up and around the Gulf Coast. So we're going to continue to watch it. We have to wait for it to form, but you know we will check it out all weekend long. Lester?
We'll get your update in the morning, Al. Thanks. And tonight, the devastating impact of Hurricane Fiona on the Caribbean is coming into sharper focus. Gabe Gutierrez reports from Puerto Rico.
This was Fiona's fury in Turks and Caicos, while Bermuda braces for a close call. In the Dominican Republic, there are still hundreds of thousands of people without water or power. Here in Puerto Rico, new landslides overnight.
So we're still pretty much in this emergency response phase.
Satellite images show washed out bridges and flooded fields across Puerto Rico before and after the storm. These satellite images show how much of the island is in the dark each night. This is before Fiona, and this is after. 38% of customers now have power, up from 27% yesterday. President Biden has signed a major disaster declaration, and at a FEMA briefing today, he spoke with Puerto Rico's governor.
And we'll do everything we can to meet the urgent needs you have.
With the heat index hovering around 100 degrees, this is Jose Alvarez's sweltering existence. He tells us he rode out the hurricane in remote western Puerto Rico, the river rushing under his home. Today, for the first time, local authorities brought him the bottled water he so desperately needed. Now, neighbors yell across the river to notify each other at the first glimpse of any supplies. During Hurricane Maria 5 years ago, this mountainside got 7 inches of rain. Fiona dumped 24. We feel forgotten, this woman says. Tonight, they have at least some water here, but no power. An ongoing disaster that is all too familiar.
Today, President Biden announced that the federal government will pay 100% of Puerto Rico's recovery costs for the next month. Lester?
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. In Russia, what appears to be backlash tonight to President Vladimir Putin's move to draft hundreds of thousands of reservists to fight in Ukraine, and it's prompting some to leave Russia. Richard Engel is in Ukraine with more.
Roll call today as Russian President Vladimir Putin's new draft came into effect. Russia wants 300,000 new soldiers to reverse recent losses in Ukraine. But many Russians don't want to serve. Human rights groups say more than 1,000 demonstrators have been arrested. Putin seems so desperate, he's threatening to use nuclear weapons. Secretary of State Blinken tonight calling on the UN Security Council to send a message.
These reckless nuclear threats must stop immediately.
Just 2 miles across the Russian border, Ukrainians are undeterred. Ukrainian forces recently drove Russian troops from the town of Kozachka-Lapan.
What do you think about Russia's partial mobilization, that Putin is trying to round up hundreds of thousands of more troops to send them here?
They're unqualified cannon fodder, and they will be killed here, says Andriy. Local mayor Vyacheslav Zodorenko was one of the first Ukrainians to enter Kozachka-Lapan. He cut down the Russian flag, and then he found his mother. My golden boy, I knew you would liberate me, she says.
Are you worried that there's going to be a new Russian offensive, that Russia's going to come back stronger than it was before?
It doesn't matter how many people they're mobilizing, the mayor says. The whole of Ukraine will rise against them.
Tomorrow, in areas still occupied by Russian troops, Ukrainians will start voting to permanently join up with Russia. Critics call the vote a sham. Lester?
Richard Engel in Ukraine tonight, thanks. Donald Trump is firing back after a win for the Justice Department, regaining access to the ultra-sensitive documents agents seized from his Mar-a-Lago estate. As Peter Alexander reports, it's just the latest legal twist for the former president.
Tonight, the latest legal setback for former President Trump. A federal appeals court ruling the Justice Department is free to resume reviewing 100 classified documents seized from Mar-a-Lago, reversing an earlier decision by a federal judge that had blocked the government from examining those materials. Mr. Trump overnight insisting he declassified the records, an argument his lawyers have not made in court.
There doesn't have to be a process, as I understand it. If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it.
But the appeals court brushed off that argument as a red herring, saying the documents are still government property, whether or not they were declassified. Then there's the new $250 million civil lawsuit against Mr. Trump, as well as Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric Trump, brought by New York's Attorney General Letitia James. Mr. Trump slamming the suit by James, a Democrat, as a politically motivated witch hunt.
She campaigned on it 4 years ago. It was a vicious campaign, and she just talked about Trump, and we're going to indict him, we're going to get him.
James is accusing Mr. Trump of inflating his assets to get more favorable loans and better tax rates.
The pattern of fraud and deception that was used by Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization for their own financial benefit is astounding.
One example she cites, Mr. Trump's 212-acre estate outside Manhattan, bought for $7.5 million, that was later valued at nearly $300 million, on what James says were false claims that it had been zoned for mansions. But Mr. Trump argues the banks were responsible for their own valuations.
These are banks that have the best law firms in the world, the biggest and best and most powerful. They do their own work. They don't rely on us.
Meanwhile, we're learning Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, has agreed to be interviewed by the January 6th committee in the coming weeks. The committee wants to ask about her communications with a Trump lawyer who was pushing a plan to overturn the 2020 election's results.
Lester?
All right, Peter, thank you. Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones took the stand today at his Connecticut defamation trial over his false claims the Sandy Hook massacre was a hoax. A jury set to decide how much he must pay the victims' families. We get more from Rahima Ellis.
I've already apologized to the parents over and over again. I don't apologize to you. Don't apologize to you.
Alex Jones in a heated exchange with the attorney for the family suing him in a defamation trial after he challenged Jones to admit the pain he caused.
You have families in this courtroom here that lost children, sisters, wives.
I legitimately thought it might have been staged, and I stand by that, and I don't apologize for it.
But Jones conceded in a Texas courtroom last month the Sandy Hook shooting was 100% real. The jury awarded the parents of one victim almost $50 million in damages. 26 people died in the Connecticut elementary school shooting, including 20 first graders.
Is this a struggle session?
Earlier in the day, Jones was challenged during direct examination about whether he was using the trial as a marketing tool.
Ever since this trial started, and you've been calling it a kangaroo court yourself, right?
Yes.
Right. And you've called this judge a tyrant, correct?
Yes.
The families have accused Jones of causing them emotional harm and subjecting them to harassment and threats from his followers. Jones has already been found liable for defamation. Now the jury will have to decide how much money he'll have to pay. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
This week, a record was set for illegal migrant crossings at the southern border, more than 2 million in just the past 11 months. Among the cities struggling to deal with the increase, El Paso, Texas. Julia Ainsley is there for us.
We're in El Paso, where tonight city officials say their resources are being pushed to the brink by a record number of migrants, averaging over 1,500 illegal border crossings a day in this area. Migrants sleeping on the streets. Now the city's Democratic mayor taking a page from some Republican governors, sending more than 3,400 migrants on daily buses to cities like New York and Chicago.
We had a huge increase. When you have a huge increase, then you need to continue to adapt.
Though unlike the Republican governors, he's giving cities notice.
Are you getting enough support from the Biden administration?
I've been over to Washington and I've been able to talk to them. And no, the biggest thing we need is decompression.
Yeah. While Republicans blame President Biden's policies, a top administration border official is blaming Congress.
Congress really needs to take action, but I think people across the country should know that it's not chaos here.
But with Border Patrol and local shelters over capacity, immigration officials here have released nearly 1,300 migrants onto the street in the past 2 weeks. We witnessed roughly 100 being dropped off by the city at a nearby hotel. We met Jenny, who told us she has no money, nothing to eat, and nothing to wear besides the clothes on her back. She is one of so many Venezuelans without family or sponsors to take them in. And we came across these migrants with Border Patrol just after crossing from Mexico.
Who's from Venezuela? Venezuela.
Tonight, many residents telling us the border crisis has become too much to handle.
How do you feel about your mayor sending them on buses to those cities?
Well, kind of sad because I don't know what else he can do, because he can only handle so much.
Border officials say they've recently seen crowds as large as 600 migrants gathered together along the border, and they're worried those numbers could grow. Lester?
All right, Julia, thank you. In 60 seconds, a class action lawsuit and lingering concern about Jackson, Mississippi's drinking water. We challenge the mayor next. A major new development at a story we've been following in our series, The Fleecing of America. Mississippi's former welfare director pleading guilty to state and federal fraud charges. Investigators say the agency under John Davis misspent millions in welfare money on projects including a volleyball facility requested by NFL legend Brett Favre at a college where his daughter played. Favre has denied any wrongdoing and has not been charged. Davis faces sentencing on the federal charges next year. Also in Mississippi, it's been a week since a boil water notice was lifted in Jackson, but many families still don't trust the water there. Now some have filed a class action lawsuit. Zincle Esamoah spoke with the mayor.
Cassandra Welchin is a lifelong Jackson, Mississippi resident.
I wouldn't drink the water because, we don't trust it.
Welchin, a social worker and mom of 3, says she's worried for her kids' health.
What impact do you feel this water crisis is having on your kids specifically?
With Zaya, who has a disability, right, it has been very difficult for her to comprehend, in some ways, don't drink the water, don't use the water, and she began to have, upset stomach.
And she's not alone in her concern. A group of Jackson residents filing a class action lawsuit alleging the water crisis caused various health problems like malnutrition and lead poisoning. The lawsuit against the city of Jackson, 2 private engineering companies, and Mississippi officials, including Jackson's mayor, Chokwe Lumumba.
What's your response to the hundreds of Jackson families who say their water is not safe or has faced lead contamination?
The issues of insecurity in the water, the challenges with that water has been well documented. We have warned them when those circumstances exist. Now, with respect to the lawsuit itself, I won't litigate that.
Do you drink it?
I drink it every day. I drink it every day. However, that doesn't mean that I don't understand the insecurity of our residents when they're being told to boil their water each and every day.
Lumumba says the city's ongoing water challenges are partially due to a lack of investment in Jackson.
Without significant capital improvements, it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when these challenges will arise again.
This, as Governor Reeves on Friday, sparked controversy over these remarks.
As always, a great day to not be in Jackson.
The mayor adding that state leadership must invest more resources into the predominantly black city of Jackson to benefit residents like Welchin.
This just did not start this year. It's been going on for a very long time.
Zinklea Samoa, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
And next, in the power of the vote, the shift among Latino voters in a crucial battleground. Back now with the power of the vote. With the midterms fast approaching, there's a battle heating up for the crucial Latino vote, which has been shifting. Guad Venegas reports from the key swing state of Nevada.
We're going to take back Nevada! Less than 50 days to the midterms, Latino voters are more coveted than ever, including right here in battleground Nevada, where they're expected to make up 1 out of every 5 voters. Republicans optimistic, with more Latinos shifting to the GOP in 2020. Washoe County resident Cindy Martinez says she's voting Republican this year, blaming Democrats for soaring inflation and a weakening economy.
I have to pay more to fill my tank, and I don't have enough to feed my family. That's not a political issue. That is a survival issue.
Republicans proudly tout Mayra Flores, a Latina Republican who recently won a Democratic-held House seat in largely Hispanic South Texas. Jesus Marquez is organizing Latinos behind GOP Senate candidate Adam Laxalt.
Latinos are mad. They're angry at the Democratic Party.
Though Republicans still have their work cut out for them. One poll showing Democrats lead by 24 points nationally among Hispanic voters. Economic issues, their top voting concern. In Nevada, the race for Senate is a toss-up. Democrats' hopes resting on incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto, the only Latina ever elected to the Senate.
Why are more Latinos preferring the Republicans now? What is happening in Nevada?
I can only tell you what I know in Nevada, and the Latinos that I talk to may be different than the Latinos you're talking to, is that they are looking for somebody that understands the challenges that they're facing and is going to fight for them.
And Democrats in Nevada can count on the backing of a key union.
Here in Nevada, canvassers with the Culinary Workers Union are going out into the neighborhoods to talk to registered voters, including Latinos, about the midterm elections. They plan to knock on over 1 million doors statewide before Election Day.
Democrat union member Jolene Reyes helped canvass in the 90-degree heat.
If the Republicans get into office, they're going to overturn our rights in this state, which we've always had our rights as females to do what we want with our bodies.
Yet the GOP needs just a small shift among Latinos to make big midterm gains. Tonight, all eyes set on the Latino vote. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Las Vegas.
Up next for us tonight, fighting hunger and saving the food so many of us waste. A program tackling both and inspiring America. Finally, they found a way to save tons of food from going to waste and solved another big problem as well. Aaron McLaughlin with Inspiring America.
Should be 32.
In San Diego, Daniel Rocha is on a very important rescue mission. But instead of directly saving lives, he's saving food that would otherwise go to waste.
I mean, there's a lot of food that they throw out.
Bringing it back to the local Salvation Army to give to those in need.
Some of these people are so appreciative of what we do. It actually makes you feel good.
Daniel says he understands just how vital these food deliveries are. He used to be homeless himself.
There were days where a hot dog was all I ate for a day. $1 at that time was like $20, you know?
Daniel turned his life around after enrolling in an innovative program funded by the Lucky Duck Foundation, aimed at tackling two growing countrywide problems: homelessness and food waste. The Salvation Army trains residents of its homeless shelter and then hires them to rescue food. So far, the one-of-a-kind program has saved a staggering 500,000 pounds of food, and all graduates are still employed and housed. That includes Emiliano Cerda.
You know, I had substance abuse issues. I had mental health issues. I was digging through trash cans, looking for food that way.
He says all of that changed in just 3 years' time.
I just fell in love with the position.
What do you love about it?
Helping others.
I went through a bad spot right 2 months before I was here. And it actually lifted me up.
It's a nice way of putting it. It lifted you up.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
When you're down, you can only go out.
Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News, San Diego.
And that's nightly news for this Thursday. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
If you can step right over here, Tim will help you with that side.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A major new development and a story we've been following in our series, The Fleecing of America. Mississippi's former welfare director pleading guilty to state and federal fraud charges. Investigators say the agency under John Davis misspent millions in welfare money on projects including a volleyball facility requested by NFL legend Brett Favre at a college where his daughter played. Favre has denied any wrongdoing and has not been charged. Davis faces sentencing on the federal charges next year. Also in Mississippi, it's been a week since a boil water notice was lifted in Jackson, but many families still don't trust the water there. Now some have filed a class action lawsuit. Zincle Esamoah spoke with the mayor.
Cassandra Welchin is a lifelong Jackson, Mississippi resident.
I wouldn't drink the water because, we don't trust it.
Welchin, a social worker and mom of 3, says she's worried for her kids' health.
What impact do you feel this water crisis is having on your kids specifically?
With Zaya, who has a disability, right, it has been very difficult for her to comprehend, in some ways, don't drink the water, don't use the water. And she began to have, upset stomach.
And she's not alone in her concern. A group of Jackson residents filing a class action lawsuit alleging the water crisis caused various health problems like malnutrition and lead poisoning. The lawsuit against the city of Jackson, 2 private engineering companies, and Mississippi officials, including Jackson's mayor, Chokwe Lumumba.
What's your response to the hundreds of Jackson families who say their water is not safe or has faced lead contamination?
The issues of insecurity in the water, the challenges with that water has been well documented. We have warned them when those circumstances exist. Now, with respect to the lawsuit itself, I won't litigate that.
Do you drink it?
I drink it every day. I drink it every day. However, that doesn't mean that I don't understand the insecurity of our residents when they're being told to boil their water each and every day.
Lumumba says the city's ongoing water challenges are partially due to a lack of investment in Jackson.
Without significant capital improvements, it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when these challenges will arise again.
This, as Governor Reeves on Friday sparked controversy over these remarks.
As always, a great day to not be in Jackson.
The mayor adding that state leadership must invest more resources into the predominantly black city of Jackson to benefit residents like Welchin.
This just did not start this year. It's been going on for a very long time.
Zincle Esamoah, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
And next, in the power of the vote, the shift among Latino voters in a crucial battleground. Back now with the power of the vote. With the midterms fast approaching, there's a battle heating up for the crucial Latino vote, which has been shifting. Guad Venegas reports from the key swing state of Nevada.
We're going to take back Nevada!
Less than 50 days to the midterms, Latino voters are more coveted than ever, including right here in battleground Nevada, where they're expected to make up 1 out of every 5 voters. Republicans optimistic, with more Latinos shifting to the GOP in 2020. Washoe County resident Cindy Martinez says she's voting Republican this year, blaming Democrats for soaring inflation and a weakening economy.
I have to pay more to fill my tank, and I don't have enough to feed my family. That's not a political issue. That is a survival issue.
Republicans proudly tout Mayra Flores, a Latina Republican who recently won a Democratic-held House seat in largely Hispanic South Texas. Jesus Marquez is organizing Latinos behind GOP Senate candidate Adam Laxalt.
Latinos are mad. They're angry at the Democratic Party.
Though Republicans still have their work cut out for them. One poll showing Democrats lead by 24 points nationally among Hispanic voters. Economic issues, their top voting concern. In Nevada, the race for Senate is a toss-up. Democrats' hopes resting on incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto, the only Latina ever elected to the Senate.
Why are more Latinos preferring the Republicans now. What is happening in Nevada?
I can only tell you what I know in Nevada, and the Latinos that I talk to, maybe different than the Latinos you're talking to, is that they are looking for somebody that understands the challenges that they're facing and is going to fight for them.
And Democrats in Nevada can count on the backing of a key union.
Here in Nevada, canvassers with the Culinary Workers Union are going out into the neighborhoods to talk to registered voters, including Latinos, about the midterm elections. They plan to knock on over 1 million doors statewide before Election Day.
Democrat union member Jolene Reyes helped canvass in the 90-degree heat.
If the Republicans get into office, they're going to overturn our rights in this state, which we've always had our rights as females to do what we want with our bodies.
Yet the GOP needs just a small shift among Latinos to make big midterm gains. Tonight, all eyes set on the Latino vote. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Las Vegas.
Up next for us tonight, fighting hunger and saving the food so many of us waste. A program tackling both and inspiring America.
Hello there, and welcome to another episode of Meet the Press Reports. And this week, it's a deep dive into the American oligarchy. We've heard politicians say it before. They claim they want to take big money out of politics, but they never seem to do it, do they? So just how much money is in our politics, and specifically in our elections? Well, here's one truism. It continues to grow. Through June in the 2022 cycle, there was nearly $10 billion raised for just House and Senate races. I'm not counting gubernatorial races here, just House and Senate. This level of fundraising in our election system is growing exponentially, because if you go back to 2014, there was just under $5 billion raised for the House and the Senate alone, and we're basically already past that mark. It was just over a little of half of what it was in the first 18 months of the 2022 cycle, and we know it's going to be well over $10 billion now. But the truly new phenomenon here is the mega donor class. In 2014, only 3 people decided to donate at least $10 million of their own money to various House and Senate races. In 2022, that number is now up to 18, a 6-fold increase. And even as we see this wealthy donor class pour millions of dollars into our elections each year, there's millions more in dark money that they pour in on top of it. Those are funneled through nonprofits and basically are untraceable. But as the list of individuals donating millions and billions of dollars grows, so do concerns that political campaigns are essentially being hijacked by this wealthy class, controlled by this donor class, made up of individuals who have this outsized influence, not just who wins the elections and who runs the country, but what issues are even debated in these campaigns. NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward has more.
Where have you seen money make its way into politics?
Where have I not seen money make its way into politics is probably the better question.
Abigail Disney's grandfather Roy co-founded the Disney company with his brother Walt. She grew up surrounded by the ultra-rich and is now a filmmaker and professional critic of the billionaire class.
You have an ultra-wealthy class whose life and interests are entirely divorced from the reality of everyday Americans. The things that concern them are not concern the everyday American just don't come up, you know, if you're ultra-wealthy.
Do you think the ultra-rich, if anything, are less qualified than everyday people to just be empathetic, think about the problems of the world?
There are studies that show that the wealthier you get, the less nice you become.
In her upcoming documentary called The American Dream and Other Fairy Tales, Disney explores the collapse of the American dream through the lens of the happiest place on Earth. Her finger points directly at the top.
A custodian would have to work for 2,000 years to make what Bob Iger makes in one.
Do we live in an oligarchy, do you think, in America right now?
Yes, I think we live in an oligarchy. Much of our oligarchy in this country is a result of the government privileging either an industry or a group of individuals within an industry, or keeping classes of people away from the corridors of power.
And the data is clear. That privileged class of people is injecting huge amounts of money into politics on both sides of the aisle. An NBC News analysis shows that so far this year, 18 individuals have each donated over $10 million to this midterm race. That's a total of $504 million, over $500 million in political contributions. In 2014, only 3 people contributed over $10 million each.
Good evening.
Among the most active political players is Peter Thiel. The Silicon Valley tech billionaire and PayPal founder has thrown tens of millions of dollars behind just 2 Senate candidates. In Ohio, he's backing fellow venture capitalist and political outsider J.D. Vance. In Arizona, Thiel donated heavily to the campaign of Blake Masters. Each clinched their respective GOP nominations. And while Masters is happy to espouse his far-right political positions,
in Arizona, there's an invasion at our southern border.
He's much less forthcoming with details about the financial relationship with Thiel, who's estimated to be worth $3.8 billion.
We're just trying to talk about campaign finance.
Producer Ezra Kaplan tried to press the issue with Masters outside an event closed to the press in Scottsdale last month.
Peter gave what he gave, and I'm grateful that he supported that outside group, and I'm working hard every day to raise the money internal to the campaign that we need to go out and spread the message.
Will you be able to stay independent with the money?
Masters is now set to face incumbent Mark Kelly in November. Kelly enjoys a much larger war chest from mostly small donors plus several super PACs. Masters, however, has received most of his support from a single super PAC funded by Thiel. And since the primary, that funding seems to have dried up. Peter Thiel declined our interview request, as did several other billionaires we approached. His biographer, however, says this is of a piece with who Thiel is.
What he wants is to pay as little as possible in taxes, to live with as much freedom to do what he wants, whenever he wants, and to have lots of government contracts for his businesses. It's this idea that people like himself, people like Peter Thiel and Mark Zuckerberg and the other CEOs of these very successful tech companies are these genius capital allocators and genius administrators. And wouldn't it be better if they kind of ran the world?
This is an extremely politically active group.
Matt Lacombe is a professor of political science at Case Western Reserve University and has been studying the political behavior of this elusive group for more than 10 years.
Over 90% of the billionaires we studied had made political contributions that we could track down. That's a much, much higher proportion than average Americans or even well-off Americans who we might think of as being generally politically active.
What Lacombe and his co-authors have found is that while these billionaires have enormous influence, they stay out of sight, something he calls stealth politics.
An overwhelming majority of them stay totally silent or are completely vague about what their political preferences and policy wishes are. And moreover, we find that many of them take political actions that would push economic policies in conservative directions that clash with what average Americans say that they want through public opinion polls.
And that secrecy has the support of the Supreme Court. When Citizens United was decided in 2010, it helped create a new category of political organization, the super PAC, and a new category of dark money nonprofits that allow political donations from billionaires and others to be effectively unlimited and to go unreported.
We expect this court to fully utilize the First Amendment to protect the rights of people of average means.
James Bopp was the architect of the landmark case and says his intention was to empower everyday people to pool political donations inside companies and labor unions, something he says the framers would have approved of. But Citizens United also wound up empowering the richest people in American history.
Do you draw any connection between what you helped to create with Citizens United and the sort of some of the new tactics that academics are telling us are starting to emerge?
Well, there's always been an advantage to have money. Surprise. Okay, there's advantages in having money.
Thank you very much for making.
What's new is how and when that money is being deployed.
So primary elections tend to involve less money, and they tend to be less visible. All of that means that the actions of powerful people and the money they might have to spend can go farther.
Let's think about this tactically for a second. If you're Peter Thiel and you've already put $10 million into the candidacy of J.D. Vance here in Ohio, maybe you don't have to worry about the general election. I mean, right, once he's won the primary, maybe the little R next to his name will carry him the rest of the way in today's hyper-partisan political climate.
But it wasn't always like this. Once upon a time, it was culturally unpopular in the United States to be, well, rich. Today, we as a society tend to put the ultra-rich up on a pedestal.
Now we're looking to people and admiring them for the quality of being able to become very, very wealthy. So There was a massive shift.
Do you think that explains the political activism of billionaires, that they just feel, well, I'm qualified to make decisions for everybody because I've amassed this fortune through my pluck and my brains?
That is exactly, I think, what's going on.
Your activism, your filmmaking, your speaking out, even in front of Congress about this stuff, makes me wonder, do you think you would get involved in politics? Do you want to create a candidate?
I think my unique position in this world is to use my position in the oligarchy to put the oligarchy out of business.
My thanks to NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward for that report earlier this week. I sat down with Sam Bankman-Fried. He's the CEO of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX. You may have seen their ads. And he's one of America's youngest billionaires. And recently he's used some of the money he's made to become one of the biggest donors in this year's midterm cycle, including in the state of Oregon, where he broke a spending record to back a single Democratic House candidate who ended up losing a primary big. You've spent your money a little bit differently in politics than others have. Didn't go well in Oregon. What did you learn, and how are you adapting? Because you strike me as somebody, you try something, you look at how it works. Okay, let me try this way.
Yeah, it's a good question. And, you know, part of this is, look, you know, stuff happens. You know, I do what I can, do what I think is right, and adapt. And, you know, in Oregon, like, there's a candidate who I thought had a chance of being, you know, one of the biggest advocates for pandemic prevention, you know, in D.C. I think one of the things I learned is, look, there's really diminishing marginal returns here, right? Like, there's no matter how much you spend in any one place, there's just a limit to how much impact it's going to have. There's a limit to how much support it can be. And I think that was the biggest takeaway from it, was just, you know.
Do you think you spent too much money there in hindsight?
Yeah, I think it's probably right.
So there's a point of saturation that you've learned.
Yeah, that's right.
What about your individual influence? You've seen what's happened to George Soros.
Yep.
He's been politically attacked. It gets it up. You could make the same case for the Adelson family, both Sheldon and Miriam, right?
Yep.
These are two people that have been dominant over the last decade.
Yep.
Are you prepared for that?
So, in the end, I want to do what's right for the country, and, you know, not optimize for people saying nice things about me. If people say mean things about me, I can take it. But the other thing that I would say is I'm really aiming to do this in a bipartisan way. And I think that's something...
You've given to some Republicans, but it's been very targeted. It's
been targeted, and I think the reason for that is that I don't, at its core, view this as a Democrats versus Republicans thing, where my core goal is boosting a party. I view this as having constructive people, whatever party they're part of, is incredibly valuable for D.C. And it's something I've just seen on the ground, where people who are willing to get together and try and do the important things for the country, they can compromise their party, and they're who save the day at the end. And so I'm happy to support, across the aisle in either direction.
So there are going to be some people to watch this and say, Rich guy's got his own agenda here. He's not telling us. Why shouldn't folks be a little bit skeptical of your real motives here, Mitt? That this is really all about crypto. This is really all about your business, which is regulating what you do.
Right. It's a good question. And frankly, everyone should always be skeptical of things like this, right? I'm not going to tell people that they should give anyone a free pass on it. And I think what I'd say is, look at the evidence, try and trace out what's happening. It's really funny. Sometimes I'll read these articles and they'll say, SBF donates to candidate something crypto, something, and the entire article will be like, we're trying really hard to find the crypto angle, and we haven't found it yet. The candidates have no statements. They don't know what a Bitcoin is. There's a crypto angle. We're still looking. And it's like, no, that was...
People aren't taking you at your word?
People aren't taking me at my word, and I understand that. And I think what I'd say is then do the research. Look at the policies that I'm supporting, the candidates that I'm supporting, and many of these people, I have no idea what their position is on crypto.
Okay, but you now will have lawmakers return your calls a lot easier than the average person, right? So your money is effective in that respect, and you are going to be able to make your case in front of members of Congress because you're willing to spend money. Have you thought about that?
I think it's probably true, and frankly, I think that there is value from the pandemic prevention side there, being able to, again, get in front of them and say, hey, look, this is a big issue. I think that, on the crypto side, the way that I view that is as I have a duty as a member of the industry to try and get us regulated, to try and move the industry in a more responsible direction. And I think that requires engagement. I think it'd be irresponsible of me not to engage, with Capitol Hill, with regulators. And the things that I've been arguing for are more regulation for the industry. I think that's what's right for the country. I don't know if that's what's right for a company, but it's what needs to happen.
Let me ask you this. Should it be so easy for you to become a big donor in our political system? Do you think your money should be as relevant in our system as it can become?
It's a good question, and it's so hard to view this outside of the lens of what is going on right now, of what different equilibrium
These are the rules
could
that
be.
are, and you're sitting there and you're like, hey, if this is how it works, then I'm going to participate. I guess I'm asking you,
What
do you think
should the rules be?
Yeah.
I have a lot of sympathy for thoughts of overhauling things in one direction or another. I've thought about this. I don't feel confident that I know what the right answer is, right? You could imagine a highly transparent regime where the emphasis was on full transparency of contributions. You could imagine a capped regime like what we had, at least in larger part before Citizens United. There are arguments for that. I frankly don't feel like I feel confident what the right answer is there. I certainly don't feel like we've necessarily reached it as a society, though.
You think every money you spend in politics should be disclosed publicly? Are you comfortable with that?
I think that I think what I would say is, if there was a norm where every dollar that everyone donated in politics was to be disclosed publicly, I would have a lot of sympathy for that. I think I might support it. I haven't thought carefully about it enough to know, but
well, it sounds like what you're saying is maybe there's some donations that you have made that you wouldn't make if you knew they were going to be immediately public.
I don't generally think about it that way. I generally think of it as like these are the right the right contributions to make. I think that and I think that there is a thing where it's important what the norms are because that's what press is going to judge everything by, right? And it's important that there is the right context. And I think that you would see fairly different treatment of things if everything was made transparent. I think that there would be advantages to that system.
You made your money in some ways by finding a loophole. Right, and in the exchange rates and how the exchange system, and you saw something was missing. I'm curious now, bringing a fresh set of eyes to how campaign politics works, to how the funding mechanisms work. Have you found this sort of gaping hole, flaw, or loophole that you're like, how come nobody else has noticed this?
So to the extent that I have, I think what it is people are just not engaged enough in policy. They're not engaged enough in what's going on in D.C.
When you say people meaning the electorate or people meaning elected officials?
Oh, I mean the electorate.
Okay.
And I think that there's sort of this notion that I certainly ascribed to at one point that I think a lot of people do, that you can't actually have, your vote doesn't actually matter, that this is all sort of irrelevant. And I think that just turns out to not be right. And even if you just look at voting, right? Like, is it worth it to vote? The answer is yes, right? Does your vote matter for elections? The answer is yes. And if you do the math, it's actually extremely impactful. Every person's vote, I mean, obviously, if it's a presidential election, it matters if you're in a swing state. But, you're having impact over millions of dollars in expectation of what happens.
You've talked that $1 billion is perhaps your ceiling for 2024. How would you imagine spending that? Candidates or your own organization to maybe educate the public?
So it all is going to depend on the details. And I really do mean that in that, like,
depend on who's running? Does it depend on if it's Biden and Trump type of thing?
That's one thing it's going to depend on. And it's not just the presidency as well. It's more generally like, I want to support great public servants. And, if you imagine an election where everyone running on both sides of the aisle for every race was an amazing public servant, I say, great. I'm not needed here. Like, this is, I'm happy. And, I think that if you had the opposite where everyone was horrific, which obviously won't happen, I think then what I would start to get to is there needs to be an informational campaign to alert people to how poorly people are being nominated here, right? And so it's going to be really, really responsive to the weeds of which direction things go.
Sam Beckman, appreciate you coming on. Not every major donor will talk about why they do it. I appreciate that you did.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we come back, how great of a threat is big money in politics to our democracy? We're going to discuss that and more. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Campaign finance regulations have been tried and tried again. Can you regulate money? But are there more loopholes now than ever? I'm joined by Faz Shakur. He's the chief political advisor to Bernie Sanders. He worked at a longtime think tank, the Center for American Progress before that. And Trevor Burrus. He's a research fellow at the Cato Institute. Thank you both for joining us. So I'm going to start with my friend from Cato here, because I'm curious if you accept the premise that there's too many wealthy donors in politics.
No. I think that, as we saw from the interview, donors, we assume some sort of nefarious motive, but they actually are just trying to support causes they believe in. And let's say that that's 90% or most of them, and when you support a cause you can believe in, and you try and get the message out there, that's what people tend to think about the things they believe in, right? So if you are against the NRA, you're against the money the NRA has, but you might be for Everytown for gun safety and people trying to spend money to change minds on that. So I don't think that billionaires are just per se a bad class, or that they have the same views at all. We can look at they don't have the same views. They're not just in the interest of billionaires. They're trying to get different ideas out there, and money is how you get information out there.
Faz, where are you in this?
Money has a corrosive impact on politics, and it's not just merely through the influence of elections. It influences the motivations of policymakers from the top all the way down to the bottom, not only at the federal level, but if you go down, it has even a deeper impact if you go down to the state houses. You don't win state legislative seats unless you have money. It is nearly impossible, if you look around the country, to try to win without the influence. And if you look at the influence of large donors, often, especially in this day and age where so much is broken in Washington, D.C., their biggest influence is the state legislatures, where if you just look at the industries that are funding them, you see where politics and policies flow.
All right. Do you agree that money should be more transparent in where it comes from?
I'm okay with that. I mean, I would allow more money to be given to candidates so you could actually get startup candidates and get new candidates out there with new ideas.
Faz, is that probably the only plausible way to figure? Regulating money, it is clear to me it's impossible to regulate money, because there's always a lawyer who finds a new.
Well, not only the lawyer, but the law, as it has been construed by the Supreme Court, has now said, money is a form of speech. But I'm on the side of a legal argument that is in the minority that believes it should be banned from.
But we're like
politics,
a generation away from that.
Yes, right. And we should have federally funded elections. That's what I believe in. Now, can we get there incrementally? But that is the North Star that I point to.
All right. So short of that, rigorous transparency.
Yes, I mean, and in what form, right? Because you want voters to know and understand. So if you look at the Disclose Act, what they're suggesting is that the donors to large super PACs would be listed by name at the end of an ad. Now, is that sufficient? Do I know enough about a name, Peter Thiel, Sam Bankman-Fried, to make a judgment about that ad? I would argue, you know, we got to do a little bit better even about that. I think you got to have better disclosure and transparency around what the motivations are of these individuals.
On the federally funded elections, for example, like the reason that's never going to work and it won't ever happen is the only way that could be fair is if sitting members of Congress voted to give opponents more money to spend against them than they currently have as incumbents. The biggest advantage is incumbency, and you need to outspend to get incumbency. 90% plus retention rate, right? You get all the money if you're an incumbent, and if you want to challenge them, you need to raise money. And what will not happen, as long as the foxes are guarding the hen house, as long as these politicians are making the rules by which they get elected, they're not going to make a fair election system. So federally funded thing, sure, let me imagine this thing. Triple the donation amount for people challenging sitting members of Congress. That makes it fair. Never going to happen.
Just a quick counterpoint to that. If Trevor started this conversation, you know, saying that essentially he doesn't believe that money governs the outcome of a lot of elections.
It's important, but it's not everything.
Exactly. And I jump off that premise, and that's why. So if you gave a grassroots candidate enough money to compete, to get the word out, you and I are agreeing essentially that you have a chance to win. So we are now debating how much of a federally funded amount would a candidate need to be seated with in order to have a fair and competitive shot?
I'm saying that Congress will never pass that law.
Well, let's start, though. But the one thing that you might be able to get him to do, because during the McCain-Feingold debate, Mitch McConnell was for instant disclosure. I've always challenged some people on the left, go introduce Mitch McConnell's counter bill to McCain-Feingold and see where people stand on there. Instant disclosure that's a little bit more than the Disclose Act that allowed people, you want to give, Peter Thiel shouldn't have to give to a super PAC. Peter Thiel can give $5 million directly to Blake Masters' campaign, let his campaign deal with it. But every time he runs an ad, he says, I'm Blake Masters, and my campaign is funded by, and you have to list any individual that gives you more than, say, $1 million.
Yeah, so this is a town of compromise. I'm not for having to disclose yourself. And again, everyone knows this, what causes you give to. If you're a pro-choice person, you live in Alabama, you don't want people to know that you're giving to pro-choice candidates, maybe. It's very important. In terms of donor privacy, you have Planned Parenthood and the NRA on the same side, right? And when it comes to candidates,
why should a wealthier citizen basically get a special privilege like that?
The special privilege of not knowing who's given. Everyone gets that privilege.
Well, intervening in an election in particular is what Chuck's talking about, right? Like, so if you've decided, I want to engage in the public debate of influencing an election and telling people who they should vote for and who they shouldn't vote for, why should you be able to operate in the shadows and the dark?
So again, I said I'd make a compromise, and it would be above a pretty high limit. Because one thing, I'm pretty skeptical about members of Congress. I think we all are. But right now we have a campaign limit of $2,900. I even think the price tag of a member of Congress is higher than $2,900. Right. I think if you really want to get them to do something, you're going to give them at least $50,000, $100,000, who knows? But below that, people shouldn't have to disclose. We don't need to know who our neighbors are giving money to in any way, especially if it's below a non-corrupting level.
But the influence of money in politics is less so now about the direct money to a candidate and more so around outside spending and races in favor of those candidates.
Well,
so you're
this
talking
is
about
to me the Let's talk about McCain. Look, I actually think McCain-Feingold might have been a mistake because it took the political parties out of the big money game. Yes. And then all of a sudden we had no transparency into who was given money.
Yeah.
Right? Do you accept that?
Right.
McCain-Feingold might have been a mistake?
Yeah, I think that's right. And if you look at 501c4 explosions, there's also no cops on the beat. So if you look at the way in which 501c4s are supposed to be construed and how they're supposed to spend money in elections, these outside spending vehicles that dump millions and millions of dollars on air, they weren't supposed to be doing electioneering. And yet, that is the primary purpose of most of these organizations because nobody is stopping them.
Right. The IRS made an attempt, and that got weaponized.
From the left and the right, everyone did.
But it got weaponized by political activists.
Absolutely. The IRS should not be regulated. But I mean, so look, outside groups, again, we can't forget the bigger picture. Politics matters a lot now to a lot of people in this country. It's very, very divided. The spending is going to come in that way, and it's going to be more outside groups, so we can call them dark money. It's just that people don't necessarily have to disclose what they're giving to politics, and I don't think they should, except for maybe some extreme circumstances. And so, yes, these outside groups are a product of the limits. We know that since '76. You limit that much to campaigns, and then that's going to go somewhere else, and we're going to have these outside groups spending. And the candidates don't like it, by the way. They want that money, and they can't control the message of the outside groups.
What would happen if you could collect unlimited amounts of money? in presidential campaigns? What would that turn into? And it was disclosed, but what would be your fear?
I worry about a lot because if there's a recent Supreme Court ruling that says you can go into debt and then be paid back later if you went into debt. Yes, Ted Cruz's case. And so basically what it essentially assumes is that...
That's a different story.
Well, it's the same kind of argument, is that if one individual could bankroll Chuck Todd to run for Senate, you know that the only benefactor that I need and the person whose allegiance I need to have throughout my entire life and career is to ensure that so-and-so is happy with me. And that influences your choices on anything and everything, right? You're thinking about how does that individual think about this issue, that issue, and that issue.
What if we don't think about it as allegiance? What you ask what would happen? We would have more dynamic politics, right? You have to raise money in these small amounts. That means you have to get a broad brush. If there is someone out there who says, like happened to Eugene McCarthy in '68, and I have to go back this far because we have those campaigns come in, he wanted to end the war in Vietnam. He wanted to challenge a sitting Democrat president for the nomination. He got donations from the Mott family of $600,000 to do it.
But Trevor, what you're intentionally doing when you say a millionaire or billionaire is going to give that much money is you're saying all of the other people who might give $5 or $10 don't matter anymore. That's the biggest problem we're having.
Well, this is a debate we're not going to end here, but I do have to go. You guys were terrific in representing these two points of view. That's all we have for Meet the Press Reports this week. Thanks for being here. Next week on Meet the Press Reports, the wide and growing world of U.S. gun culture. The more armed Americans are, the more armed Americans get, and the farther the country moves from what some people believe is effective gun safety legislation. We're going to talk to a diverse group of gun owners about the safety measures they want, the ones they fear, and the impact the thriving gun culture has on American life. I'll see you next week on Meet the Press Reports, and this Sunday on Meet the Press.
Hello there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's good to be with you on this Thursday, September 22nd, and here's some of what we're talking about tonight.
Make sure that you check on your families, loved ones, and neighbors to ensure that they all have